Vítám vás v Kongresu zdraví 2020.
I would like to welcome you in our Congress, World Health Congress 2021 Prague. Our today's program is devoted to the contribution in solving the COVID pandemic. And we are going to have here a lot of distinguished speakers from all over the world. The first contribution will be presented by Dr. Sanju Satyan from India. She is from the Ayush Initiative of Public Health from India. And the name of the title is the effect of Ayurveda medical protocol in the management of recurrent upper respiratory tract infection as part of a government public health initiative program in Malappuram district of Kerala. The floor is yours.
Respected dignitaries and other luminaries of the scientific world who have gathered for the World Health Congress, a warm welcome and good morning one and all. Myself, Dr. Anju Satyan, the Medical Officer of a Public Health Initiative Program which is sponsored by the Government of India under the Department of Ayush. In this presentation, I am going to present a part of the total program, that is, the effect of an Ayurveda medical protocol in the management of recurrent upper respiratory tract infections as part of a government public health initiative program in Malappuram district of Kerala. And this is an ongoing project, not yet finished. So this can be taken as a short communication of the total program. All we know, the pandemic COVID-19 has introduced the terminology of immunity even to the base level common public of the total global population. And recurrent upper respiratory tract infection is the first sign of immune deficiency in every child because children are highly immunolabile. And proper establishment of immunity is the most effective way to cure this RURTA. As we all know, almost all the public health initiative programs in India and in other parts of the world, except in China, are dealt with the mainstream modern medical system. But here, this is an Ayush initiative which is the first one of its kind in the state of Kerala. And we are actually aiming at the improvement of general immunity, not simply to an RURTA case, but the general immunity management. Because the concept of general immunity management in Ayurveda is not simply confined to a vaccination or injection or some drops or any other medications. Rather, we need to manage all aspects of the human life, such as the environment, the thought process, awareness of the total population, the food and drinks, and everything. And this concept of general immunity management go hand in hand with the Ottawa Charter, the supersetting model which is formulated by the World Health Organization. The aim of our project is the complete cure of RURTA by achieving adequate immunity among school-going children with respect to their clinical parameters. This can be achieved by several means. And the secondary objective is to assess the improvement in the awareness created on Ayurveda guidelines about immunity management among the parents, teachers and Anganwadi workers of Vengara Block Panchayat of Malappuram district, Kerala, because they are the ultimate beneficiaries of the project. The total project consists of a lot of arms. The methodology goes on like this. We have not only managed the medical intervention, but a lot of awareness programs in the form of art forms, seminars, workshops, and the lifestyle guideline management system through the food and its resources, the dietary rules, and daily regimen promoting positive health. These are the different aspects of this project by sticking on to the strict principles of the Ottawa Charter. But here in this presentation, I am going to present only the effect of the medical intervention what we have finished already as part of the project. And the methodology was like this. We have identified 5,436 students from 16 schools and the sensitization process of the teachers was done, and the compliance assessment of the teachers was carried out by using the SurveyMonkey app. The primary screening by the teachers who are already sensitized by us was carried out and enrolled 385 students for the first medical camp, and the secondary screening of the medical camp was made by the medical officers of the project. Finally, we have recruited 241 RURTA cases as beneficiaries for those who are already satisfied the criteria of RURTA. And 6 months of medical intervention was done by sticking onto the strict epistemological background of Ayurveda, and the assessment through a structured questionnaire was done during the medical administration. And a cross-sectional opinion survey among the school teachers on implementing an Ayurveda-based public health program on immunity enhancement was done. 312 teachers were invited for participation and 99 out of them were participated, and the results was like this. 69% out of them were knowing the immunization and vaccination for the immunity enhancement, and 6% of them were aware of the other public health initiative programs also, and 30% of them were knowing the Ayurvedic programs, and 11% out of them were unaware of any of the programs. And second question was the opinion about implementing an Ayurveda immunity enhancement program, and 99% of them were opined an Ayurveda program will be a good initiative. And these are some of the photos of our awareness programs, medical camps, the medicine distribution, etc. And this is a sample of our awareness program for the children of the age group 3 to 10 years. Here, the artist is explaining about good health practices to the children through his puppet show. The prevalence of the symptoms among the RURTA children in the beginning of the first medical camp was like this. These are the results in a nutshell. We got 100% cure in cough, anorexia, dryness of mouth, dyspnea, added sounds and redness of nose. It have completely cured off after 6 months of the program. 47.01% of the rhinitis was reduced to 0.7%. Like that, you can see the whole of the results. The results we have plotted only graphically right now here. All other statistical analysis of the project is going on, but right now I'm not in a position to present that. So, as I said earlier, you can take this as a short communication of the project. While coming into the discussion part, nowadays everybody is expecting a vaccination or 1 or 2 drops of medicine for the immunity enhancement. But there is no linear equation for the immunity, I will say. If 1-to-1 equation, that is, for one organism, one vaccination has to be taken, then we need to take thousands of vaccinations in a lifetime, which is not scientific. It doesn't feel good, right? So, general immunity enhancement is needed here. For that, the environment, the activities of daily living, the thought process and food and drinks has to be customized according to the statement of Bruce H. Lipton. This is agreeable with the Ayurveda Acharya Vakpada also. Nityam hidahara vihara sevi samikshakari vishayeshu asaktaha dada samahasatya paraha kshamavan aptoba sevi cha bhavatyarogaha. And this initiative is a unique concept comprising of immunity management by considering every aspect related with immune system in Ayurveda. And let me conclude by stating that Ayurvedic intervention for 6 months on the basis of epistemology of Ayurveda therapeutics in a public health initiative program can be effective to cure RURTA clinically among the school-going children of Vengara Block Panchayat of Malappuram district, Kerala. And let me acknowledge this work by giving our sincere gratitude to the Kerala Ayurveda Studies and Research Society Kottakkal, which is a society which got this project. And we are working under the Department of Kaumara Pratya of Vaidyaratnam P.S. Vaidya Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. Thank you one and all of this great audience.
Děkuji za příspěvek, tak potřebný v dnešní době.
Thank you for the contribution. It is indeed most welcome in this period. Now, Mrs. Herati Prasad from India, from Tripunikaret Kerala will now present her contribution, and she will speak about the host resilience in the era of unprecedented pandemics. It is about the investigation of the science about life. The floor is yours.
Respected delegates, myself Dr. Revati Prasad, PG Scholar from the Department of Kaya Chikitsa, Government Ayurvedic College, Tripura, in Kerala, India, under the guidance of Dr. K. Murali, former professor and head of the department, is here before you to share some of the viewpoints regarding the host resistance to the morbid environment in the era of unprecedented pandemics, exploring the concepts of the science of life. Introduction. This is the era of epidemics. The world around us facing the unprecedented attack of viruses. Its impact on human life is much detrimental that it results in the physical, psychological, social, and economical breakdown of the humanity. It indeed results in a state of doldrum out of impromptu ostracization. We know that for an epidemic to occur, there should be an interaction between three factors: agent, host, and environment. A letter, the epidemiological triad. So the favorable factors for the viral upheaval in this regard are, under environment, the changing climate patterns, pollution, and deforestation. Pollution and deforestation are actually the misdeeds of the humanity, the way we destroy the nature, and now we pay for that. And even if the environment is morbid and the agent exists in the environment, a disease or the agent can attack the host only if the latter is weak. Unfortunately, the host factors are also favorable for the viral upheaval today. Because of the faulty diet and lifestyle patterns adopted by the so-called fast-moving generation of today, majority of the people are immunocompromised, have an impaired immune system. Viral load is another important factor. The lack of awareness and delayed intervention. These are actually applicable for the people residing in developing countries. Most of these people are not much aware of the happenings around the world, especially health-related aspects. And so untimely intervention also aggravates the situation. Now coming to the Ayurvedic version of epidemics. Ayurveda is an age-old science, but Charaka Samhita, the famous textbook of Ayurveda, has clearly explained the arrival of these epidemics. Acharya Charaka has used the term Janabadodhvamsa, or demolition of community, to denote this term. Adharma or immoral deeds of the human beings is considered as the main culprit for this, along with polluted vayu or air, polluted udaga or water, polluted desha or land, and disruption of kala or sea changing climate patterns. These are considered as the causes of epidemics. And in this chapter, the solution, the remedy to curb this epidemics is also vividly explained. Now, how to root the pestilence? We know that the environment is already morbid and the agent is also existing within the environment. So it's not easy to regain the lost environmental status or to bring back our pure environment. So the best way before us and the easiest way before us is the host resistance. It is a sole surefire counteractant in this regard. Now, in the context of epidemics, another important term has become noteworthy, and that is immunity. So let's have an outlook of immunity. Is it just the defensive capacity of body against disease-causing agents? As per modern parlance, it's more or less like that. But in Ayurvedic perspective, or Ayurveda views it in a different angle. Samavastha, or normal state of doshas or body humors, dhadus or body tissues, malas or waste materials, proper functioning of srodhas or channels of circulation, and powerful Agni or digestive fire are the factors responsible for making the host resistant towards diseases. And Ayurveda indeed has tools in its card for host resistance. And so we'll look into it. Pre-conceptual care is a unique perspective of Ayurveda. Before marrying a person, there are certain criteria to be followed or criteria to be considered as per Ayurveda. It depends upon the prakriti of the partner, desha, kula, several factors are there. All those should be given prime consideration before choosing the partner. And we know that even after marriage, this pregnancy should not happen as an accident. It should be a planned one for the generation of a healthy progeny. So the regimen which is to be followed by both the partners before intercourse also is mentioned in Ayurveda. So all these indirectly aim at generating healthy progeny. Now, within the womb, that means when a person is holding the title of a fetus, also to make that fetus resistant also, Ayurveda has clearly explained several regimen, which is to be followed by Garbhini or the pregnant lady. I think in the contemporary science, a pregnant lady is usually given vitamin supplements or iron supplements. Only that much. But in Ayurveda, right from the beginning, right from the first month of pregnancy till going to the labor room, a typical protocol is to be followed by the Garbhini, which includes both external and internal therapies. It results in improving the health status of the Garbhini as well as generates a healthy fetus. Now, when the fetus comes to world or when it holds the status of a neonate, Jada Matrobhajara, neonatal care is also vividly explained in Ayurveda. It includes several external and internal medications to be given to the neonate. Now coming to Balobhajara, that is care of the infant. Pragara yogas can be considered as a counterpart of vaccines here. Pragara yoga means several medicated remedies or medicated preparations, which includes several ghee preparations, medicated ghee, krida, then medicated churnas or powders, which have to be given to the child till the age of 12. It is applicable to the neonates also. From that period, we can administer this. So this act as, it can be considered as a counterpart of vaccines. It is mentioned in the famous pediatric textbook of Ayurveda, Arogya Kalpadrimam. Then next comes Kumarobhajara or care of the child. Here also, what a regimen, what a child should be, how a child should be nurtured in a healthy manner is explained here. Then coming to Yunobhajara or care of the adult, another important area, which needs to be explained much in the context of epidemics. It is Dinacharya or daily regimen. Right from waking up till going to sleep at night, whatever a person should do for improving the health is mentioned in Ayurveda. That is Dinacharya. Then comes Ridhucharya. In every season, for example, in summer season, what a person should wear, what he should eat, drink, what are the restrictions. All these are, with respect to each season, it's explained. So Ayurveda mainly relies on Tridosha theory, and accumulation of doshas or a morbid state of doshas results in the advent of diseases. So Ridhucharya prevents that if it is strictly followed, Dinacharya as well as Ridhucharya, and especially Ridhushodhana. At the end of a season and the beginning of the next season, in that 7-day gap, in that gap period, this purification of body should be done. Shodhana of the body. It prevents the accumulation of doshas. Then next comes Sadvrita, code of conduct. How can a person be the true representative of society? How can he be a righteous person? That is being taught through Sadvrita. Then Rasayana. Rasayana is another important term which has become much famous in the era of epidemics with respect to Ayurveda. Rejuvenatory therapy. So Ayurveda itself is a Rasayana. The principles of Ayurveda itself act as Rasayana. Still, several typical medicines are also, medicated preparations are indicated for improving, for rejuvenating the body tissues. It is of different types like Ajasrikam, Kamyam, Naimitikam. Then all these, if strictly followed, can make the host resistant, that is, make the humans resistant to diseases. Now coming to Vritthobhajara, care of the aged. Healthy aging is indeed the dream of every human being. And with respect to epidemics also, it is the main risk group is, one major risk group is those with comorbidities, another one is aged. So aged require special care during this phase. And Rasayana can be administered to them too, but Rasayana will be effective only if we administer right from the adulthood. But still, in aged also, we can give certain kind of Rasayana yogas, especially Naimitic and Rajastrika types. And early intervention of diseases is also, early intervention in diseased state is also very important with respect to aged. So all these regimen mentioned vividly in Ayurveda aim at making the host or human beings resistant to all these diseases. So I wish to conclude my presentation just by saying a few points. Like resistance to diseases, it doesn't happen in the spur of a moment. There is a long haul for it. Samyak ahara, proper food, samyak vihara, proper behavior, and samyak vichara, proper thoughts. They endure robust health status. Be in touch with Mother Nature. And what we are facing right now in the form of epidemics is the punishment from her towards us. So always live in harmony with nature. Then Ayurvedic principles indeed act as a key to good health. Thank you.
Děkuji za příspěvek a musím se omluvit
Thank
za
you
to.
for the contribution. I want to bring my apologies because we do not stick to our today's program, and that is why we managed to connect to some of the participants, and with others it sort of failed. So I want to beg on you, irrespective of the timing which was planned originally, could you please shift your presentation ahead a little bit? It shifts us by approximately 30 minutes ahead. Yes. So the next speaker is Dr. Armita Aids from India, from the State Ayurveda Medical Faculty. If she's ready to deliver her contribution, she will speak about the bird eye perspective of the medical care after COVID-19 healing. So whenever you are ready, please take the floor.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Dr. Amrita A. I am from India and I am representing Ayurveda. And I find this as a golden chance to express my view on, especially this is an era of COVID-19. So I would like to make my presentation on the topic, a bird's view on convalescence care in COVID-19 and Ayurveda introspection. So the co-author of my article was Dr. Anupama Krishnan, Associate Professor, Department of Swasthavrita, BPSU Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, Kerala, from India. So as everyone knows that COVID-19 has created a havoc across the world. And according to the recent updates of WHO, it's been shown that there are 4.5 million new cases last week, 68,000 new death cases, 211 million cases were diagnosed globally. And it is making a huge amount of 4.4 million deaths till date. So starting from a zoonotic spillover, it has ended in human-to-human transmission, and it has resemblance with the SARS that was happened in the year 2003. So the symptoms of COVID-19, it begins like this, like mild fever, sore throat, difficulty in breathing, and it eventually leads to respiratory failure and death in majority of patients. So it was declared as a public health emergency of international concern on January 30, 2020. So coming to make a glimpse of the current scenario, there are recent reports show that there are reinfections even after getting vaccination. There are a battery of probable side effects, like after going through the conventional medical therapy, they're getting gastrointestinal intolerance, elevated liver enzymes, and so as it is moving in such a way that there is a global hunt for preventive and treatment strategy, where there is a kind of ambiguity that is happening in the community to move from the concept of vaccination to move to a system where there is something that is called as host-centric approach, and need of host strengthening is also the need of our. But not the least, we have to think about such a kind of thing where COVID survivors are being affected by long-term impact of post-COVID symptoms as they are on the hike. There are multi-organ effects of COVID-19, multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children. There are post-hospitalization effects that they are being stricken with severe weakness and exhaustion. There are chances of reinfection, and it is mentally disturbing them. That is nothing but post-traumatic stress disorder. So the people are in need of a health promotion tactic. And finally, it made me to think on the topic convalescence care in post-COVID condition. So coming to Ayurveda, it provides a plethora of information on convalescence care. It is nothing but resilience phase, where this article is mainly was to have a comprehensive view on Ayurvedic convalescence. So materials and methods, elaborate review on the concept of Parihara Kala, Samsarjana Krama, Bala from classics. Extensive search was done in PubMed using keywords COVID-19, SARS, convalescence, immunity, nutrition, health promotion. Relevant literature was studied in depth, and a draft of concept was arrived through serious coding. Coming to Ayurvedic outlook on COVID-19, we have sections in Ayurveda where it describes about the concept of epidemics, And even though there are no specific reference of virus as it is a whole, we have references on microbes, and COVID-19 is considered as an Agantuja Jwara or under Abhishangaja Jwara, where external factor is a causative agent. So in this era where the excessive downpour of cytokines is disturbing the humanhood, the concept of immunity in Ayurveda, where it mainly focuses on Vyadikshamatva, Bala and Ojas, the immunomodulation is elaborately explained in Ayurveda. So convalescence phase is nothing but the most debilitated phase where there are people will be stricken with post-COVID symptoms, weakness and exhaustion will be there, post-traumatic stress disorder, where it is a phase of lack of immunity, making the patients prone for reinfections. So this is a simple illustration where deterioration in health leads to disease, and post-disease is something called as recovery phase. If you are properly managing, it leads to health, but when we are managing it improperly, it leads to disease again. So in such a way, the resurgence of fever and high index chance of exacerbations are explained in Ayurveda under the terms called as Jeerna Jwara, where it is chronic fever, Punaravartaka Jwara, where it is fever with remissions, Jwara Muktavastha with hampered immune power, and as well as Beshjakshapite, that is following a post-treatment trauma. Ayurveda, the holistic science, the guiding spirit of Ayurvedic treatment is nothing but Shuddha Chikitsa, that is flawless treatment. Apart from the gleaming healthcare strategy of Ayurveda, it also focuses on rejuvenation, regeneration, convalescence, and recovery phase management. So as I told before, it is nothing. The convalescence care is mainly mentioning on the topics like Jwara Muktavastha, Samsarjana Krama, Beshjak Shabita, and also upholding the chronic disease management tactics. So convalescence care, in this convalescence care, what we have to focus is mostly on, that is relying upon the importance of Trayobastamba, where we should have some conducive food, sleep, and it also describes on the sexual aspect, where it is focusing on Sadvritta, that good context, Dinacharya, daily regimen, Ritucharya, seasonal regimen, Rasana Yoga, rejuvenative modality, Agni Rakshana, where we need protection of digestive fire, Kali Samshodhana, that we need timely purification, and Ajara Rasayana as a capsule of conducive health propagating habits. So at the same time, we should also elude Ojak Shayakara Bhava, that is factors depleting vital energy. We should not suppress our natural urges. We should suppress certain suppressible urges, and the convalescence care should range from 7 days to 30 days following COVID. So this is an illustration of problem tackling methods explained in Ayurveda. It should be having procedure-based therapies. It should belongs to psychological support, yoga, rasayana, behavioral change, as well as diet. Coming to dietary directives, this is mainly, the diet is mainly mentioned to mend disease damage and also to amplify immune strength. There are several articles showing importance of diet modulation in enhancing immune system. So this is nothing. The diet has a great influence on gut microbial composition, and Ayurveda opens up a vast compendium of health propagative dietary. So these are certain tables showing about the medications like Lagu Panchamola, Shadanga Paniya, goat's milk, Oriza, Hodium vulgare, Yava, milk, ghee, certain vegetables like Trichosendis cucumerina and Momodica cherentia, Sesamblos pereira, Borevia diffusa, as well as certain fruits like Vitis vinifera, Punica granatum, Grevia asiatica, and Philandus indica. These are the certain diets that was mentioned already in Ayurveda. And in coming to the contraindicated diet, we should avoid the kind of food items that causes burning sensation, which are very heavy in digestion, which are unwholesome, and which are also contraindicatory. And we should also restrain from excessive sexual intercourse, excessive exercises, increased eating, and also from day sleep. Coming to proposed procedures, it includes Abhyanga, that is oil massage, Udvartana, powder massage, Gandusha, mouth rinsing, Dupana, fumigation, as well as Nasya, that is nasal medication. So this is a simple illustration of Abhyanga, Udvartana, and Gandusha, Dupana, Nasya, but the recent articles has shown them evidence-based therapy. So this is also an illustration or plain ghee, Udvartana with Jivantyari with milk, honey, and curd, Gandusha with Ajamoda, Guda, as well as Pratimarsha with Yashti Madhu and ghee, Dupana with Aparajita Dhuma, as well as with Sarshapa, Nimpa, ghee, salt, are already explained on the behalf of convalescence care in Ayurveda. Next, coming to psychological backup, as everyone knows that we need something called a psychotherapeutic approach, as the people are mostly suffering from stress and post-viral fatigue syndrome. So in Ayurveda, it is something called a Sattva Avajaya therapy, and that is winning the mind. It is by regulating the Chintya, Vicharya, Uhya, Dhyaya, and Sankalpa. Yoga and meditation is also the need of hour, but Shatkarma procedures detoxifies and imparts cleanliness and strength. But asanas, it reduces the irritability of mind and incapacitate the body to react mildly towards extreme challenges. And Kapalabhati, the short, powerful strokes of exhalation, and it also helps in removal of secretions from bronchial tree. The balanced union between mind and body can be achieved through Ayurveda. Coming to Rasayana, which is unparalleled health benefits with Dirgaayu, it is nothing but diet, drug, and non-drug based Rasayana. There are also explanations on organ-targeted Rasayana and also Ajara Rasayana, where we are giving much importance to behavioral guidelines. Yes, it is not behavioral guidelines and accessories for avoidance of exertion beyond strength, proper utilization of sense organs, avoidance of over, perverse, and underrated indulgence. We should begin with optimum obedience, compliance, cooperation are ideal qualities to be imbibed by patients in this period. In my conclusion, I have to say that global revival of interest towards traditional medicinal systems of Ayurveda is on the peak. So deliberate meticulous effort is to be there to explore the concept of convalescence care of COVID survivors. This is to reduce morbidity, anticipated complication, possible reinfections, and consequent mortality. And upheaval remains to be unparked, as it would be the worthwhile contribution to the mankind. So these are the references. Thank you.
Děkujeme za váš příspěvek.
Thank you for your contribution. We hope that before long, the numbers of those who will be in need of this care will diminish and that the situation will settle. Now I would like to invite Dr. Shahnaz Fatima A. from India, from the Ayurveda University in Kottakkal in India. We'll be talking about stigma, which is in line, which among Ayurveda medicals is in the context with COVID-19, and it's a cross-sectional study. So please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Shahnaz Fatima, doing my post-graduation in the Department of Swasthavarta at Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, Kerala, India. First of all, thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present our paper. This is a short cross-sectional study which was done by us, me and my mentor, Dr. Soumya C. Nair, Assistant Professor, Department of Swasthavarta at VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, Kerala, India. The title of our study is COVID-19 related stigma among Ayurveda physicians, a cross-sectional study. Now let's start with a short definition of stigma. Stigma can generally be defined as a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance, quality, or person. It can deteriorate the quality of life of the patients and can become a well-documented global barrier to health-seeking behavior and adherence to treatment. We usually hear the word stigma associated with diseases like AIDS, leprosy, tuberculosis, etc. But when COVID-19 took its toll and the number of patients rose rapidly, it was not only the patients, but their caregivers and healthcare workers who had to combat against the stigma. So why is COVID-19 causing so much of stigma? Because it is a disease which is new and there are many unknowns. And these unknowns can cause confusion, anxiety, and fear among the public, leading to stigma. An interesting fact to note in the mitigation and perpetuation of stigma is the duality of the roles of family, friends, healthcare professionals, and media. So these groups can perpetuate and also mitigate stigma at the same time. So does stigma affect healthcare professionals, or is stigma present in healthcare facilities? The answer is yes. That is the relevance of work here. When the stigma is affected in healthcare facilities, or if the healthcare professionals are affected with stigma, it impacts the well-being of the health workforce. How the stigma affects healthcare professionals? Because the physicians, they may conceal their own health status from their colleagues. They may fear infection. They may fear the behaviors of the stigmatized group, and also can fear the mortality that is associated with the disease, which in turn impair their abilities to be effective providers, undermining the quality of care a patient can get. So, measuring the magnitude of stigma may help the concerned authorities to address this issue more effectively. And also, this research may provide a preliminary evidence to design targeted public health education interventions. So the objective of the study was to explore COVID-19 stigma among Ayurveda physicians. There are many studies available in measuring the COVID-19 stigma among nurses group or allopathic physicians or other types of healthcare workers. But to the best of our knowledge, there are none of studies that explore the COVID-19 stigma among Ayurveda physicians. The study design chosen for this study was a cross-sectional design. A study tool used was a validated questionnaire on stigma among healthcare professionals. The study was conducted during the period 5th January 2021 to 10th February 2021. The data was collected using online platform. The questionnaire was converted into Google form, and it was distributed through online platform, that is WhatsApp. So the sampling selected was convenience sampling, and all the responses were collected and analyzed. And the results we got were 18.1% of the Ayurveda physicians reported that they were directly involved in the care of COVID-19 patients. Initially, the Ayurveda physicians were not allowed, in the Kerala, were not allowed to treat COVID-19 patients, but nowadays, mild to moderate cases can be treated, etc. So when the study was conducted, only 18.1% of the physicians were directly involved in the care of COVID-19 patients. And almost 16% were currently working in the COVID-19 affected healthcare facility also. Now the results are 27.7% reported that they felt it risky to tell someone that they belong to a healthcare worker family or a group of healthcare workers. And 25.5% reported that some people who had known that they are healthcare workers has shown distance to them. And 29.8% told that they are very careful when they tell that they belong to healthcare worker family or they are healthcare workers. And 44.7% found that, they felt that most people nowadays are feeling some discomfort towards healthcare workers. 31.9% reported that people don't want them around their children once they know that they are a healthcare worker. And people have also faced physical discrimination from them after learning that they belong to healthcare worker group. 19.1% agreed to that. 25.5% reported that they have stopped socializing with some people because of their reactions to them being a healthcare worker. 71.3% reported that if they are in regular contact with COVID-19 patients, they should stay away from their family till the crisis subsides. And 53.2% find it guilty also to that they might potentially expose their family to COVID-19 infection. And interesting fact that was noted was 44.7% told that the most stigmatizing group to them was people apart from their household members, family, neighbors, and co-workers. And 39.4% reported that they experienced the maximum amount of stigma from their neighborhood. 7.4% reported that the maximum stigma experienced to them was from their household members itself. 22.3% reported that they had received psychological support or counseling to cope up with COVID-19 pandemic. And 60.6% reported that, in their opinion, the media, including TV, radio broadcast, news, social media, played a role in addressing COVID-19 public stigma against healthcare workers. They reported that the media increased stigma, but 39.4% reported that media decreased stigma. So this proves the fact that there is a duality of role of media in mitigating and perpetuating stigma. From these results, we can infer that the preliminary findings of this study is that the maximum amount of the participants, like 83% of them, experienced mild to moderate level of stigma, whereas 17% of them experienced severe level of stigma, even though below 20% of the sample was directly involved in COVID-19 treatment. So this may be due to the lack of experience in handling such cases or situations, which highlights the importance of psychological support and training, especially to the junior physicians. Now, approximately 2/3 of the participants reported that media has a negative role in increasing COVID-19 public stigma, in agreement with other reports. So the participants in this study perceived higher stigma related to the concern with public attitude subscale, which suggests the public orientation about the role of healthcare workers during the epidemic would be a helpful measure that needs to be addressed. COVID-19 related research is lacking. Despite that, stigma may influence health outcomes not only on the individual level, but also on the population level, by affecting or worsening or interfering with social relationships, stress, psychological, and behavioral response. Unfortunately, the stigma experiences like discrimination, etc., may last for a long time even after the epidemic subsides. So the majority of the participants reported self-stigma as they felt guilty that they may expose their family to infection with COVID-19. They felt that they should stay away from the family till this crisis subsides. So if they were in regular contact with COVID-19 patients. So more systemic researches are required for a deeper understanding of underlying these complexities concerning COVID-19 related stigma among healthcare workers. So the COVID-19 stigma focused interventions targeting healthcare workers need development and incorporation into this existing system. On concluding, Ayurveda physicians experienced COVID-19 related stigma regardless of whether they at their workplace had direct involvement in COVID-19 care. So this public health education and raising community and media awareness about the importance of public support for healthcare workers are necessary to alleviate their perceived stigma. Overall, COVID-19 stigma scores and subscale scores were inversely associated with higher participant qualification, highlighting the need for providing targeted psychological support for younger, inexperienced physicians. Although this much stigma is affecting the community, it is yet to receive enough recognition in the field of public health and thus is widely absent in the strategy formulation process. So the information from this study can be implied in the public health through the researchers who constantly work on this topic and policymakers who can formulate the strategies and the practitioners who are directly involved in COVID-19 care, and ultimately the patients who will get benefited from this, which can improve the quality of life of the patients. Thank you for your patient listening. These are my references. Thank you.
Děkujeme za váš přínos.
Thank you very much for your contribution, which with the topic, which might be sometimes very painful. I would like to thank all the panelists who were able to make time adjustments and are already prepared and connected. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Ranjan Amin from Great Britain, who is from Ayurvedic Health in London. She's going to deliver a presentation related to the managing long COVID through Ayurveda. Thank you. You can connect, please.
Hello, Thomas. Good morning. Can you hear me? I'm just going to share the screen. Hello. Just going to share the screen.
We can hear you very well. Thank you.
So, hello, good evening and namaste. We had some difficulty with uploading our PowerPoint. I hope you can see my PDF. So this morning, I want to share with you how we managed, thank you, how we managed long COVID through Ayurveda. Daddy Janki once said, Daddy Janki was the head of Brahma Kumaris. She passed away last year at the age of 104. In a talk in 2012, she said it was the power of pure thoughts that is the most healing and contributes to the health and maintenance. So this was said in 2012, and we are now in 2021. And are we using our pure thoughts to help healing and to produce good health? Well, let's have a look at the 45 patients who came to us. So I'm Ranjan Amin, Ayurvedic practitioner based in London. And as I said, I'm sharing with you today how we managed long COVID through Ayurveda during lockdown in March 2020 to July 2021. Now, in January 2020, all of us watched with devastation what was happening in China. COVID-19 had taken place, but by March 2020, it had arrived on our own doorstep, and England went into a lockdown by March 2020. My first few patients initially came with just fever. They were younger, and we were able to help them through fairly quickly within 6 weeks. But we had very many limitations. We worked with patients in isolation in their own homes. Some were alone in their homes and in isolation. So they had no family members at all with them. We were also in lockdown not in a clinical setting, and we were working with whatever we had within our homes. Now, many herbs were out of stock by April 2020, and some of the delivery was 6 weeks or more due to lockdown. We placed the orders in February, March, and still we hadn't received them by the end of May. So basic stock was low, both in shops and in the manufacturers who were supplying to us. Some of the lorries were stuck in Europe, and consultations with our patients was by phone only. There were no examinations, there was no Zoom, and we mainly just talked to them on the phone through that whole 1 year. I saw most of the patients 2 months ago, July 2021. Now, these were the conditions we worked under. These are very unusual circumstances that we're working. We have never faced them before. We always had patients face to face, and we examined our patients through the Ayurvedic methods of pulse, tongue, eye examinations, body, and so on. And here, under these conditions, we had to use whatever was available in our kitchens, spice cupboards, or in the garden. It's very unusual circumstances indeed. However, our patients started to recover. So what was it? We didn't have always the herbs. We didn't have the massage oils to give them. We didn't have a regimen which they could follow when they were in bed most of the time, 24 hours, 7 days a week. So one of the things that we did very, very early on was what Daddy Janki was saying, using pure thoughts. This is something that all the practitioners need to consider. I think Sister Jenti, yesterday in her talk, Isabella mentioned it in the opening remarks on Friday, that consciousness and positive thought are absolutely vital to the health and well-being of the person or the patient who you're talking to, especially when all the consultations were on the phone. One of the most critical aspects was being supportive and reassuring. So I'd like to continue with what was long COVID and why was it that we were all of a sudden faced with the term long COVID? What was happening to the patients and what was happening in the marketplace? Well, the term long COVID came about last year, and it was what the patients described post-COVID-19, when patients had been checked if the virus was still there, and it wasn't. But they continued, the patients continued to experience feeling unwell, tiredness, fatigue, lack of appetite, headaches, and many other ongoing issues. Nearly all of our 45 patients had underlying conditions like diabetes 2, they had MS, or they had heart conditions, or they had arthritis. So all of these were exacerbated by COVID-19. And what were we using in terms of a therapy to take care of our patients? Well, we were also, besides meditation, which was key and critical in the support and reassurance of our patients, we used Rasayana Chikitsa. It is one of the most unique out of the 8 key branches of Ayurveda. Now, the word Rasayana means the way of attaining excellent Rasadi Dhatus, as Sharma et al. Explains in his research paper. Rasa are nectar or liquid, and yana is the pathway that is taking this nourishing fluid to the exact areas that it's required. It may be the dhatus. Here we are referring to the tissues. So it is this very, very nourishing liquid that is going directly into all the tissues, like rasa, rakta, mamsa, so on. And these are the blood and so on that are within our body. So I'm not going to explain so many things because they've all been covered by many of my previous colleagues. Now, several medicinal plants have been described as rasayanas in Ayurveda, and ashwagandha and gudichi were the best among rasayana described by Charaka Samhita, but this is what we had in my cupboard. At home, we had ashwagandha, we had gudichi, and we just ordered in andrographis. Obviously, in our kitchens, we already had turmeric, ginger, tulsi was growing in the garden. We had mint, we had ginger, we had coriander powder, and whatever is in the spice box was available. So we used what was promoting, as Charaka Samhita said, what is it that promotes prevention and what is it that rejuvenates health? Sharma et al. In his piece of medical research in the Journal of Pharmaceuticals in 2020 describes that the simple rejuvenating health is sometimes just the infusion of teas. So we will come to that shortly, which I want to share at length. Now, initially, all 45 patients had contacted the NHS 111 in England for advice and guidance. And this was the proper procedure for all the patients who had contracted COVID-19. Initially, probably for the first 3 months from March to May, none of the patients were tested for COVID-19. And they were just asked to stay and isolate at home unless they were critically ill and they were taken to hospital. So they were informed to isolate, rest, hydrate, and to take paracetamol if there was pain, and to call again if they became worse. Well, these 45 patients didn't want to go into hospital, and they certainly turned to us after 6 to 8 weeks. We had phone calls to deal with the quite critical situations that they were in. Some had very mild symptoms, but about 90% came for help once it had progressed, almost to a point where they should have been going into hospital. So out of the 45 patients, we had 15 male and 30 female, and we had 2 of the male actually go into hospital with their underlying conditions of cardiac. One had heart, and the other one had issues with blood pressure and heart. And out of the females, we had 30 females. One of the females had a British female who had been out in India, who had contracted COVID-19, and she recovered in a hospital in Ahmedabad. And as she returned, she came straight to us and asked for help to continue the recovery. So the age group between these 45 patients was from 45 years to 85. And the breakdown really shows that the younger patients between 45 and 54 were all female, and they recovered very quickly with very minimal interception from me. And they recovered from very simple and gentle Ayurvedic therapies, dinacharya, and also ritacharya, which I'll explain in a few moments. So the 3 treatment therapies we used were simple. As I said, whatever was available in their homes or whatever was available in my home was what we shared. They worked very gently. Whatever we prescribed was a gentle process, and we worked at their own pace. And each patient was very individual in the treatment. Now, it was according to how the patient was feeling at the time of the phone call and how they described the condition and how they were managing that condition. And so it was tailored to that individual, filled with love and compassion. And as I said at the beginning, there was this element that I was very aware of. A pure thought had to be present. So when the phone calls came, the first few minutes were held in meditation. And then the last few minutes of the conversation were also held with elevated thoughts and a deep sense of togetherness. Now, the therapies included, as I said, very special, gentle, soft, plant-based, and mostly vegan foods. All of our 45 patients were vegan or they were vegetarian. We gave them, initially was teas, but as they progressed, we gave them soups, very gentle green vegetable soups, fresh juices made from vegetables and spices. And later we gave them khichdi. Nearly all of them had very disrupted digestive systems, and it was not possible to give them cooked food, whether it was khichdi, which is the most gentlest of recovery food. Now, the teas and infusions that we gave were very, very gentle, again, what was available in their home. And then we used meditation and reflection. We used yoga nidra to improve sleep patterns, inhalations, especially those who had very, very difficulty in breathing. And albus oil is what they had at home. We had ashwagandha oils that they could use and a vata oil with about 15 herbs that was already available to some of my patients. And we increased their massage on a daily basis. So medicated oils that we had were used for the massage on a daily basis if they could manage it. Some could not manage it in the early days, but over 4 months later, they were all able to follow this regimen. Now, yesterday, Dr. Joshi had mentioned that there's good food and bad food. And of course, the foods we were prescribing were going to be what was suitable for each person and what they had in their fridge. So the natural laws of Ayurveda, the one that we used the most was to inform our patients to keep fruit separate from all other foods and not to mix milk and yogurt. So these were the two that we, as I said, they were vegan or vegetarian. They weren't eating eggs, meat, or fish. And so these were the very simple rules that we applied. We asked them, in the Ayurvedic rule, the law is especially for apple, banana, and watermelon. Now, these three have their own properties. They're very, very strong in what they do to our digestive system, especially if they're mixed with other foods or they're mixed with fruit. So we asked them to eat these three fruits separately 2 hours before or 2 hours after their food, and not to be mixed with other fruits either. So if you ate apple, you just have apple. If you ate banana, you just eat banana, and the same for the watermelon. Most of them were encouraged to stew their apples 2 or 3 at a time with cinnamon, with nutmeg and cardamom, and eat that for breakfast. And this is how their recovery started. Very simple application food. And some had turmeric prepared that was boiled and in the milk. And then when it was cooled down, they put the honey. So that was another one of their breakfast. And some started with lemon, fresh ginger, amlaki, or cinnamon. So very simple starters on their recovery after 4 months. The teas and infusions we used, again, very simple, what was available in their homes. Tulsi was something that all 45 patients had in their home. As we know, it's a huge anti-inflammatory with turmeric, ginger, and they also used Tulsi on its own or ginger. They were taking these teas 5 times a day throughout the day. So they take the tea from 9 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock. Mint and peppermint, those who didn't have Tulsi, ginger, or turmeric used mint and peppermint from their garden. Those with fevers used lemon balm, and nearly all of them used chamomile to reduce anxiety. We continued to use meditation, particularly with them on the phone. We asked them to do meditation 7 a.m. in the morning for half an hour, and to drink chamomile tea frequently through the day to keep the anxiety levels down, to keep the fear down. The herbs that we used is what was available here in the English market. We had andrographis. Nearly all my patients took 500 milligram of andrographis twice a day in the 4th and 5th and 6th month, and they've had very good recovery. All of them took ashwagandha, 500 milligram at night, once a day. And so we saw all of them recover within 6 to 7 months, but we had 2 patients, and I'll speak to you about that in a moment. So the ongoing support for those who had recovered and to prevent the COVID-19 occurring again and to prevent long COVID, we gave them a diet of ahara. 3 times a week, they're eating khichdi with spices, coriander, turmeric, ginger, and cumin. These are standard. They had meditation, as I said, 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. half an hour, and 7:30 p.m. in the evening, half an hour. The dinacharya is a regimen that one has to do every single day. And this involves waking up in the morning and actually applying oils into the mouth and doing pulling with coconut oils, and also cleaning the mouth with neem powder to ensure that they had the antibacterial feeling and the anti-inflammatory aspects taking place, keeping the nasal area clean, and also showering and bowel movements. And these were monitored for about 2 months after long COVID. Some of them are beginning to share the techniques that they used with others and showed how easily it was to recover from COVID-19. One of the key aspects that we continue to do is reduce fear and anxiety. And that has continued through meditation. And we see that there's quite a few research papers, which I'm going to talk to you shortly. Raj Yoga meditation was discussed at length with Sister Jayanti yesterday, how fear and anxiety can be well controlled through pure positive thoughts. So the main thing is to do no harm, to do gentle healing with support, reassurance, and daily practice of meditation. So we used Raj Yoga meditation as taught by the Brahma Kumaris for calming and building self-worth. Sister Jayanti spoke yesterday, and many other speakers also mentioned how meditation can enable to reduce fear and anxiety. And one of the research papers that I came across to support what we did with our patients gave us the feedback already. They already were telling us how much improved they had been, both in their digestion, in their mental abilities to focus, the fog being removed from their head, headaches being reduced. So we can see that Raj Yoga meditation helped in very many different ways, as well as reducing fever and anxiety. And we see Anju et al. In July 2021, his research papers were available, and he's talking about the effect of Raj Yoga meditation on the distress and anxiety levels of women who had breast cancer. And we can now support that with the 45 patients who are now practicing the meditation and how their anxiety levels have reduced. And that correlates to their well-being. It correlates to the very quickness of their recovery from COVID-19. I know many people are still continuing. We have 2 patients out of the 45 who are still struggling with fatigue and tiredness. And our regimen, I am absolutely confident, as my patients are confident, that they will see a light at the end of the tunnel and that they will improve. Now, both the 2 patients that we have who are still struggling with long COVID, one has an underlying condition of MS, and the other male has an underlying condition of heart. So one female, one male, both on their way to recovery, but not yet recovered. So in conclusion, with COVID-19, they had compromised immunity. We focused on recovery through dinacharya, a daily practice with morning and evening routines. They reduced their fevers after 3 months. We improved their digestion with ongoing herbs and probiotics, and improved immunity to a level where they can now exercise, do several, maybe half an hour of walking, and improved well-being and general mindset towards recovery. But certainly all of them had said they have now achieved a positive state of mind, which is helping them towards a complete recovery. Still, they are on gentle diets, khichdi and vegetables with spices 3 times a week, and herbs. As I said, they're still on 2 500 milligram of andographis, and some of them are still taking ashwagandha with warm milk with turmeric in the evening. They're doing yoga movements to improve their breathing, especially pranayama. And they have a daily practice of meditation at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. for 30 minutes. So we are already now in the UK, July 2021, our London School of Hygiene and Tropical Diseases are doing a massive research on ashwagandha for especially those with long COVID. In London, it's a collaboration between London and India. And of course, this is a very major step forward which I'd like to bring as a contribution to this Congress. I think already it was mentioned by, I think it's Anjapit. He spoke yesterday. And I think one of the things I'll be looking forward to is seeing how these people recover in terms of muscle tissue and in terms of energy. So I come to a conclusion, to do no harm, gentle healing with support, reassurance and daily practice of meditation to promote ongoing prevention and maintenance and support. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take those questions. Is there time, Thomas? If there's no questions, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Diseases, who are doing this massive research. It's 2,000 patients. Okay, I'll just finish my sentence. 2,000 patients in London who have had long COVID, and they will be on 500 milligram of ashwagandha twice a day, 1,000 taking them and 1,000 on a placebo. Thank you very much, Thomas. Om Shanti.
Děkuji za příspěvek.
Thank you for your contribution. It is really beautiful when the treatment is gentle and when it helps the patient, when it brings results. I will now ask Mr. Yehuda Tagar from the Psychophonetics Institute International.
Thank you, friends. I'm Yehuda Tagar, and I am the director of Psychophonetics Institute International. And I'm speaking to you now from Košice, East Slovakia. Our center now is in Bratislava. Psychophonetics is a method of self-intervention, of empowering people to become their own healers. It's a form of participatory medicine that developed in Australia, where I was in the 80s, and I brought it to Europe. I think we all know that the real front line of fighting the pandemic, beyond anything else, is the state and the strength of the individual immunity at the time of exposure. And in all the international talk about measures against the pandemic, I don't hear much about measures to enhance the immunity of the individual. Because then we can see in the same level of exposure, in the same place, in the same workplace, in the same family, some get infected and some don't. Some show symptoms and some don't. Some recover quickly and some don't. Some die and some don't. What makes this difference? And it is a state of the personal immunity at the time of exposure. And what can we do about that? What can be done about long-term immunity strengthening, I think you all know, and I will not talk about it today. I will talk about what people can do now about it. And this is our profession, to empower people to intervene in their own psychosomatic connection. Now, many factors of strength and weakness of immunity are not in the individual control at the time of exposure. All of you would be able to advise people what to do about strength of immunity long term. But strength of immunity is also something which happens day to day. And this one factor of level of immunity, lowering or highering, which is potentially in the control of everybody every day, and that is stress. The stress mechanisms and the stress hormones and the stress responses of internal organs and all the functions, this is directly connected to the level of immunity. And it is a well-established fact, which I don't need to represent here because it's completely in the public domain, the connection between chronic stress and the level of immunity. And we all know it. Stress signals that enter the psyche affect the body directly. And while short-term stress is a defense mechanism that is required, It's not supposed to be long-term. Long-term chronic stress is destructive. 80% of the workplace worldwide are experiencing constant chronic stress in the workplace. And it's not just in the workplace, because when they come home, they cannot just de-stress suddenly by having a shower, they bring the stress home. So workplace stress become home stress, become total stress in the way they go to sleep and the way they wake up. Chronic stress destroys our immunity. In China, the level of chronic stress in the workplace is 86. And guess where it started? The real pandemic of humanity today is chronic stress. And chronic stress depresses the immunity, we all know it. The direct endocrinological effect of stress is flooding the blood with cortisol and adrenaline, with immediate effect of all the internal organs, which I don't have time to describe, and you don't need me to describe it to you. But one of the immediate effects of cortisol and adrenaline in the blood is a lowering of the effectiveness of the lymphocytes and the rest of the immune system. When that situation is chronic, our immunity is depressed chronically. And then, of course, we are all in danger. And even when you look in the macro and in the micro level, you can see the different level of response to the same presence of the virus is different according to people's stress. We heard a lot about what to do when people are infected. And it's very interesting, and I think it is incredibly blessed that we have this connection East and West for this conference. Thank you very much for that. This is really long overdue. But stress is now worldwide. In psychophonetics, we developed a method of stress management by self-intervention. As you know, when a situation in external life is interpreted by the psyche as dangerous, immediately it sends all the signals to the hippocampus, which sends signals to the pituitary gland, which activate immediately the adrenal glands in the kidneys. This process cannot be controlled. What can be controlled potentially is the interpretation of normal events in life and in work as danger. There is a point of intervention, and it's not necessary and it's not inevitable, but it requires training to enter at the moment of the stimuli and prevent the whole range of associations that make this normalized event into a danger that activate the hormonal system. Another point of intervention is once it's already entered the body and the body is in contraction, to enter what happens in the body with self-consciousness and stopping it from getting worse and from further contraction of internal organs. That can be done. We proved that this can be done. And so both before the endocrinological flooding of the body with stress signals, and also after, we can intervene and limit the damage that the stress signals are doing chronically and habitually to our internal application. We develop methods of entering the stress signal mentally, limiting the occasion when normal events and interactions in life provoke it, and then entering the body when it is already affected by the stress hormones to limit the effect that it has on the major systems. And people can affect the impact on the contraction on the respiratory system, on the cardiovascular system, and on the metabolic system. This exercise of self-intervention, they stay with them. Our intervention is training for self-intervention. We call it participatory medicine. And so we train people to reduce the stress level. And in reducing the stress level, immediately they uptake the level of the immunity and they stop depressing it. The mental dynamics that enhance the signals of stress into chronic debilitation of internal organs are known to you all. Fear, anxiety, panic, anger, negativity, all of them will enhance the effect of the stress signals. Self-criticism, self-negativity, overwork, not nurturing oneself, and of course, meditation. These things take a long time to control, but it's possible with immediate effect. I cannot provide you with statistics of success because I'm in a private institute looking for some contact to institutions that can do the outcome research. I'm still on the way to it. And I'm still writing my PhD on that, but we are doing it. And in our community of students internationally, people got COVID. And they use this methodology to limit the effect of it, and I believe to limit what is called long COVID. So we invest in self-intervention of stopping depressing the immune system and in starting to limit this real pandemic of chronic stress worldwide. That is what we specialize in, and we believe that medicine should move in the direction of self-medicine. Potentially everyone can be their own healer, their own leader, and their own teacher, but they don't know. And so while there's so much investment in external intervention in COVID, I'd like to put some investment, some provocation that we should intervene in people's production of their own stress and their own immune depression. And that is possible, and that I'm open to demonstrate it when opportunity will arise, and we train them to become their own healers. I think that is what I wanted to say. And if there's a few minutes for questions, I'm happy to answer. For the search, it's psychophonetics or Yehuda Tagar, which is me. Thank you very much.
Děkuji za váš příspěvek.
Thank you for your contribution, which is definitely a hope for many people in need. Now, I would like to kindly ask Mr. Professor Bruno Renzi, who is a professor of rehabilitation psychiatry in Milano, and he is a co-founder of the Maharishi College in the Netherlands. And his topic is titled Maharishi Ayurveda Integrated Medicine, a Preventive Integrated Approach to COVID-19. You can go ahead.
Sir, I wish to thank you just for inviting me to this health congress, World Health Congress. I will share my screen right now. So my topic will be Maharishi Ayurveda Consciousness-Based Integrated Medicine, a preventive integrated approach to COVID-19. And I will focus mainly the problem of stress, distress, and also mild anxiety. And we know that in the last 20 years, health and promotion of health and also prevention has very emphasized in all international and national sanitary plan. So I will start from a consideration about health. And we can consider health as a balance, a dynamic balance between psychic, somatic, and social dimension. And due to the contribution of traditional medicine, we can consider also the spiritual dimension. And when we have a good balance about all these aspects, we can have a very good wellness feelings, longevity, but if we have some alteration on this balance, we can realize disease and disability. There are many factors that influence this balance that can, very important, are hereditary factors. And I speak about the new area of genetics that is ondulatory genetics that study the morphogenetic fields that are responsible for the expression of the DNA, for the morphological aspect and also for the temperamental traits. At the same time, it's very important environment, that another factor that influences health, that's fatal, physical, and social-cultural, social and interpersonal behavior, obviously lifestyles, and the health services, also the quality of health service, and also prevention program. And prevention program are very emphasized in this survey of the WHO that's regarding traditional medicine strategy in 2014 and 2023. And then we can observe some very interesting traits regarding traditional medicine and complementary medicine. What we can observe that there are many different states that are using a policy and regulation and regarding traditional medicine and herbal medicine, and there is an increased number of states that are doing this regulation. At the same time, about 129 states, we can observe that the 39 states are giving educational level at the university level regarding traditional medicine. And this is a very important factor. And also we can observe also that there are many research institutes that are doing research in the field of traditional medicine and herbal medicine. And this give us some idea of the importance of how traditional medicine can give a very important support in the field of integrated medicine. My main interest, as I said, is on psychological future during COVID-19 pandemic. And we can say, we observe that there was a lot of physical and mental health problems in society with a lot of socioeconomic effects. And at the same time, one important trait were fear of the virus and its spreading. And in this condition, there was a great impact in the daily lives of the person in society. And the people were forced to face with challenging new realities like social distancing, working from home, temporary employment, homeschooling of children, and lack of physical contact with loved ones and friends. In this condition, the normal response of people was fear, worry, and stress, sometimes also severe distress or also mild or severe form of anxiety. So it was important to organize some support for this mental problem. And it was important just to give psychosocial support to the person that were affected from severe distress and mild form of anxiety. And we can see that in different states were organized different program of mental health and psychosocial support. And there were also some guidelines that came from the Pan American Health Organization and from the WHO. From these guidelines, we can observe some peculiar traits that what was promoting were remote intervention, mainly distance-based, mainly with telemedicine and online intervention. And what was observed regarding to this remote intervention, that telemental health service can be effective, but intervention need to be adapted to each context, and training, support, and supervision are crucial, because people, also the healthcare professional need some kind of supervision and training for this mental psychosocial support. At the same time, the modalities that included that were used were normally phone calls, video conferencing, and text messaging or emailing. And another problem was it was necessary to feed the technology to the user, because we know that there are young people is very able to use new technology, but there is whole people and people that are normally not connected with the internet. They have a lot of problems just to use the new technology, and so to receive this this kind of support through the telemedicine. And another problem was also to protect the data from the legal point of view that were collected during this period, and using also all the new technologies. During the survey, the informants reported up to 12 different emerging problems across countries. The most frequent reaction reported were anxiety, stress, and fear. Another common topic was domestic violence affecting children and women. And less frequent problems include insomnia, irritability, solitude, and sadness, especially among those living alone. And we can say that we can observe that in China, they implemented this support through the telemedicine with many telemedicine initiatives. And in Colombia, they created a smartphone application just dedicated to the person with severe problem of stress, distress, and anxiety. These are some examples. So if we want to treat the stress, distress, and anxiety from the perspective of integrated approach with Maharishi Ayurveda, integrative medicine, we have to consider that during these people, the people was forced in a condition of isolation that was imposed by law, or the confinement inside homes in the period of a greatest spread of the pandemic, and has created a condition of intense stress and even distress for some subjects. And when we want to use an approach to an integrated approach from the point of Ayurveda, we have to think that we have to give structure, a new structure just to this person, that because some people were able to just, thanks to the flexibility, just to face with this new condition, but there was people that was unable to face with this new condition of isolation at home. And then, so they need structure, and from the structure in their day life. And from the Ayurvedic point of view, it's we can give through the Dinacharya, just we can give a very good structure for the daily lives just to contain stress. At the same time, we have to treat also the person just regarding the prakriti and the vikriti of this person. So we have to consider these two aspects, that is the daily life structure, and also the prakriti and the vikriti. And we know that our lifestyle, our relationship, and our times, our choice are the expression of an existential project determined by ourself, Jivatma, and therefore by the complexity of ourself. And there are many factors that interact in this complexity. And these factors are Matra and Pitra Sattva, psychic trait of the mother and father, Kulaja, race, Jati, caste, Matraja, Garbhashaya, biological factor of the uterus, Hahara and Vihara of the mother, Purva Karma, Ritukala of the mother, and also mental state and behavior of the mother, Shunanavadi and Patanadi of the mother, aspect of the behavior and environment in which the mother lives during pregnancy, Purva Jamna Krita Karma, memories and behaviors related to the subject's previous life, Sattva Jabhava, specific mental traits, Prodobhava, specific iteration of Tammatra, and Purva Jamna, feeling, thought, action, and word, and Abhyasa, behavioral habits. All these aspects create that specific morphogenetic field that govern the expression of the DNA regarding the morphological aspect and also the temperamental traits. So it's very important to know all these factors because we have to know the practice of the patient and on the base also the ubiquity that we can observe through the Nadi Vigyan, so we can treat the patient with an integrated approach from the Ayurvedic point of view. So, as I said, in this context, the fundamental element is therefore to give structure to our existence in a period in which our freedom of expression has undergone considerable coartation, and some psychic dynamic that were kept under control before have intensified. So we have to distinguish how to manage a condition of normal stress from that condition of distress or mild anxiety. And in the case of the treatment of a condition of normal stress, all the indications widely known in Marisha Ayurveda are useful, aimed at to balancing the dosha and align with the rhythms of nature. So this, all the indications from Marisha Ayurveda or just from the Ayurveda are regulating the just regularity in the program of transcendental meditations and siddhi, pranayama and yoga asanas, emphasis on dinacharya, nutrition defined for the specific prakriti and vikriti highlighted through the Nadi Vigyan, regularize the rhythm of sleep in accordance with the individual constitution, the intake of Ayurvedic preparation, especially Rasayana, aimed to strengthening the immune system and practicing the Achara Rasayana. Aromatherapy is also very useful. In some case also Marishi Gandharva Veda or Gandharva music. And in case of severe distress or mild anxiety, we can observe through Nadi Vigyan a prevalent alteration of pranavata, that is intense psychic tension associated with some imbalance of different upadosha, that we can observe imbalance of Udanavata, imbalance of Samana, of Apanavata, and then can coexist also imbalance of Pacha Kapita and alteration of Ranja Kapita. And all this imbalance of subdosha that can coexist with the prevalent imbalance of pranavata are responsible for different psychosomatic conditions in the patient that we can treat. So we can, through the Nadi Vigyan, we can see which kind of imbalance from the Upadosha point of view we can observe, and then we can treat the patient. At the same time, we can have also we can observe also alteration of Dhyanavata. In this case, we have intensive psychic tension with arterial hypertension, or we can observe also prevalent alteration of Sadhaka Pitta that is responsible normally from emotional condition. So mild state of anxiety, emotional tension, slight decrease in mood. And alteration can be associated with alteration of Samanavata, Pachaka, and Ranjakapita that can coexist. So we can treat all this kind of imbalance just giving also Ayurvedic preparation. In some situation, we can observe the coexistence also of Pranavata and Sadhaka Pitta, alteration of Pranavata and Sadhaka Pitta. In this case, we have some very severe psychiatric disease, and we need to use some specialized Ayurvedic doctor and specialized technician. We need also some specialized structures just to treat patients, because when we face with psychiatric dimension, then there is some problem, and we can't use normal Ayurvedic approach for the treatment of severe psychiatric condition. And normally when, as I said, in the alteration of Vata and Pitta, we can use Marisha Ayurveda preparation to a more intense dosage in accordance with that has been detected through the Nadi Vigyan in the patient. And sometimes, in case of very severe mental disorder, we can use an integrated approach with allopathic medicine, and we can suggest some sort of psychological short therapy, or we can add also some drugs like benzodiazepine hypnoinducer or SSRI. And this is what I made in my, when I was the director of Psychosomatic Center in the University of Milan. We used this integrated approach to treat some severe case in which it was necessary just to add some, to use an integration between allopathic medicine and Ayurvedic medicine. So thanks for your attention. I can stop here, and thank you for your attention.
Děkujeme za příspěvek. Mnohokrát bylo řečeno, že vše je myšlení.
Thank you very much for your contribution. It has been said many times that a thought is really vital everywhere. Therefore, the spiritual realm belongs to the most important branches. Thank you very much for your work. Now, let me get back to one of the main targets of this Congress, the need to create space for information for all branches, so that across all these disciplines, ways for cooperation could be established. And this should not only serve to the participants, but also for EBM doctors. It is very vital that this project could serve in the future as well. This is very similar to our Congress. It serves this database, this platform serves to everyone, similarly to our Congress. All disciplines of alternative medicine have a place there, with TCIM and CHEM branches. We will be also happy to invite contributions from EBM medicine there. And I believe that in another Congress in 2 years' time, we will have a wider selection of topics presented here. We have planned 4 more congresses to come in the future, every other year. I must admit that I believe optimistically that in the course of these 8 years, there won't be any need of online activities, and our disciplines will have become part of society. Let me get back to some pictures from the platform. As I mentioned before, this is a new Wikipedia in this branch. And before I start commenting the first slide of the platform, I would like to show you, so that all of you working in the area of alternative medicine could be presented with the information which has been verified, validated from this book, which, according to the opinion of others, belongs to the top of the publications released in this area. Here you can find responses for some future discussions. This is the homepage of the platform. This project is still ongoing, still flexible, still developing. It should serve to all the disciplines in which can publish their materials, for example, in the section library. Here, as platform members, you have an opportunity to place your information, research results. You can label them with the name of your discipline. Then a viewer will be able to see the topic. Information can be classified into the authors and also the time it was placed. And on a weekly basis, you will receive a message related to the new contributions placed onto the platform on your email if you register as platform members. Also, general public is allowed to access this library. And this way, you can also you can do sort of PR through this platform. I would like to highlight that science and research area is very important. It enables multidisciplinary approach to information, which is not always easily accessible. And I believe that especially research workers might benefit from this opportunity. You can see the subsections. Let's move further. What is important is that each branch needs an opportunity to develop, to gain new students, successes. And therefore, for the TCIM realm, it will be very beneficial if people can see where they can study, where the particular courses are offered, and what kind of specializations these are in the publication Alternative Medicine in the World. You can gain overview at which universities these specializations are lectured, either in the form of courses or entire specializations. You can gain an overview about which institutions, which hospitals offer TCIM treatments are and might be also taught there. This part focusing on the publication of places and countries where alternative approach is integrated into medical practice and healthcare, or where institutions serving to treatment apply the methods of TCIM. This is really invaluable for the general public, of course. This also enables an interdisciplinary communication where one specific institutions, organizations can inform each other about their results. The information on the institutions which work this way can be found in the publication Alternative Medicine in the World, including the link. despite the fact legislation is not closely connected to the cure itself, it sets a certain framework of possibilities of the assistance. And therefore, it is vital to gain an overview of this area, and it is really a decisive factor. I experienced living in a country where the TCIM disciplines faced a very difficult situation. My own experience is the best, therefore, here. In this section, you can find the resolutions of important international institutions dealing with this topic, especially in the political area. Various initiatives leading towards the legislative regulation of these disciplines, which is vital for our branches to be able to influence, because that's our disciplines who are being treated here. There is a tendency that sometimes that there is just one side involved in a decision-making process, and such an approach could shift towards a two-side negotiation. We could also follow the legislative activities of the platform members who can support each other. Our association in the Czech Republic, within the petition with 40,000 signatures, which was negotiated in the Parliament of the Czech Republic, presented in the Parliament of the Czech Republic, and this legal activity resulted in a possible outcome. Resolution was approved. And every single step leads to normalcy of the conditions in this area. Let's move further to media. As I mentioned during the Congress, you can do whatever, but especially in the position of TCIM branches, which are still not in the focus of social and media processes. It is really vital to show a positive side and contribution which branches which are often neglected are not fighting with EBM medicine, but on the contrary, they can support EBM medicine in the process when the greatest scientific development could lead to even more space, thanks to these additional disciplines. Therefore, it is important that especially professional, but also general public, was supported with relevant information. The same way as it is common in conventional medicine, where, for example, the work of Professor Cochrane and many others in validating processes and approaches was really significant. In the publication which I mentioned before, you can also learn the data from prominent databases like PubMed and Cochrane. And I must admit that I was also personally surprised by the quantity of the published studies. Some of them were really on a really high level. Because in the days when this book was being released, 18,000 randomized clinical studies were reported. They covered a long range from spiritual treatment to a prayer to herbal practices and treatments and many others. What also increases is the publication activity and the number of references which are presented there. I believe that the time when the benefits for the patient will overcome certain historical obstacles. Let's move forward. Many people are using the methods of alternative medicine, TCEM or CAM. There is a great amount of people, 30 or 70% of developed countries. In other countries, the number is even higher, especially in such countries which have historical experience like China, India, and others. This section should unify people who are interested in TCIM globally. They can gain relevant information on events which are to come. The section of organization serves its platform, serves the platform itself, the platform members will be able to use that as a service for their activities. For the members, this part is a really vital possibility or opportunity to create space, a common space for following common interests. So that was a brief introduction to how the platform works. I already mentioned one book before, and I would like to recommend this book to you because it presents validated information and it brings a lot of surprise. For example, according to the Cochrane database, we can see the evaluation of specific TCIM branches and EBM medicine. And we can learn that a positive effect, of course, besides the trauma situations, that the efficiency of TCIM methods is just only slightly smaller than the one of EBM medicine. And as regards those often mentioned risks for the patient, Cochrane databases reports these numbers. For EBM medicine, it's 7%. And as regards TCIM methods, these risks are just 0.60%, which is something very natural because medicine often needs to use invasive methods, which also cover a greater risk. But still, this was personally a surprise because, especially in some countries, TCIM methods were often connected with negative coverage. We can also find the research centers which deal with the topic of TCIM on this map. You can see green countries which offer research centers for TCIM and CAM methods. There are, for example, hospitals where these methods are offered. You can find abstracts of all resolutions of international organizations like WHO or European Commission, European Parliament, National Conference on CAM, the NATO, which is something very interesting because Americans created one of the best studies related to TCIM and CAM. They found that more than half of their members, soldiers, actually use these TCIM methods. This is the main information I wanted to share. If you need an information to be able to hold debates, especially with your opponents, in this book, you can find a relevant source of information. And this is all for our morning session. Now we are going to listen to a short music performance where we will have an opportunity to see fractal geometry in the form of the music piece Leaving, which is a reminiscence about passing away. What will follow is a lunch break, and we will meet at 1 p.m. for the second part of our today's section. Thank you very much for your contributions, and I would like to give regards to all our viewers again.
Welcome to our last afternoon's panel titled Traditional and Modern Therapeutical Procedures. And to start with, I'll pass the floor on Dr. Krishnendu from Ayurveda College in Kottakkal.
Role of Ayurveda polyherbal drugs in the management of dysbiosis in children with autism spectrum disorders. Myself, Dr. Krishnendu C, working as Junior Research Fellow in Extramural Research Project at BPSP Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, funded by Ayush Government of India. Autism spectrum disorders are a heterogeneous group of neurodevelopmental impairments marked by deficits in communication, social interaction, and cognitive difficulties. Disruption of homeostasis of bacterial composition within the gut is termed as dysbiosis, and dysbiosis has been implicated as a possible causative mechanism contributing to the etiopathogenesis of autism spectrum disorders. Invariable correlations between the behavioral severities of ASD and dysbiosis management have been affirmed through various previous studies. Hence, our objective is to assess the efficacy of polyherbal Ayurveda medicines and lifestyle guidelines in the management of dysbiosis in children with ASD. It was a randomized controlled trial took place in the outpatient and inpatient units of VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, under the guidelines of our chief investigator, Dr. Dinesh K.S. 60 children with ASD were taken for the study, 30 in test group and 30 in control group. With 3 rounds of assessments was done. That was baseline was taken on 0th day, interim on 30th day, and final phase was on 60th day. The children belonged to test group received polyherbal Ayurveda medicines, that is Villadi Gulika and Rajanyadi Churnam, for the period of 30 days, and multidisciplinary therapies like speech therapy, occupational therapy, and behavioral therapy for the duration of 2 months, and diet modifications as mentioned in Ayurveda. And the children belong to control group received multidisciplinary therapies alone for the period of 2 months. So the results was made through GI severity index measurement made with a 9-item variable based rating scale, including constipation, diarrhea, average stool consistency, stool smell, flatulence, abdominal pain, unexplained daytime irritability, nighttime awakening, and abdominal tenderness. So coming to results, after the period of 2 months, a significant change in the mean value of GI severity index is noted in the test group compared to control group. In control group, the mean value was 4.379 on 0th day, and it was 3.621 on 30th day, and it was 3.310 on 60th day. And in Indian intervention group, on the 0th day, the mean value was 3.321, and on 30th day, the mean value was 0.857, and on 60th day, the mean value was 0.464. So the mean difference occurred between baseline and final phase in control group was 1.069, and whereas in test group, it was 2.857. So coming to conclusion, microbiota being the prime members of gut flora plays a big role in many symptoms observed in children with ASD. Many of the symptoms which is observed in ASD children can be managed well with the management of dysbiosis itself. So discussion. Probiotic supplementation being a common strategy in managing autism nowadays, however, does not bring down the morbidity. In our clinical trial for the test group, we had administered Ayurveda drugs of Rajanyadi Churnam and Villodi Guliga for maintaining the gut health. Further assessment need to be done on the same. Thank you, one and all.
Děkujeme za prezentaci, která mě osobně velila.
Thank you for the presentation. I think that this was really very interesting. I was very intrigued by the context between the mental disorder and the gastrointestinal problems and microbiota. The report that will be delivered by Mr. Gordon Brennan from the United Kingdom, and I will certainly want to thank him for having provided this contribution to this Congress. His contribution is titled Jyotish and Pandemics. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me to give this talk. So I will just start the slideshow and we'll get going properly. So the title is Jyotish and Pandemics. So I looked back over the history of pandemics, and I found it's basically related to China. There are some other diseases which you would call pandemics, but they're not worldwide. They're often localized, or one or two countries or something like that. But the ones which have really gone over quite a large area have in general come out of China. So this is an introduction to Jyotish, which normally takes a very long time to study. But I'm giving an extremely short summary. And I've written it down because there's quite a number of terms that most people won't be very familiar with. So it can be retained. So there are, in Jyotish or Vedic astrology, there are 9 planets plus an ascendant or a starting point in the chart, in the astrology chart. And this is the same as numbers from 1 to 9 plus 0. And then number 1 is, of course, the sun. So there are, in Jyotish, there are 9 planets, 7 planets we are all familiar with, plus 2 planets called Rahu and Ketu, which are actually points where there are forces, they're not physical things. And the role of the ascendant in a chart is like the 0. There can be any number of ascendants. The ascendant at sunrise is with the sun on the eastern horizon. And as the Earth turns around, the ascendant moves around the chart. Planets in Jyotish show forces affecting the natural world. And you see the planets in 12 signs or solar constellations of the zodiac. They're called Aditya in Sanskrit. And within the 12 signs of the zodiac, there are 27 smaller lunar constellations. The 12 signs also comprise 12 houses called bhavas, which show how these forces affect all matters on Earth. So that's everybody's individual life and all the worldly matters as well. And the astrology chart shows karma. So your karma at birth is shown by the location of the ascendant and the planets at the time and place where you were born. And all structures or organizations also have their karma, which is shown in the same way. The karma, or the nature of this conference, has already been revealed by Jyotish, and you can examine anything in Jyotish by its birth chart or its starting time. So we take 3:30 p.m., 15:30 on the 10th of September 21 in Prague which was when the conference started on Friday, and you could look at that from when that time had been decided. So this is a chart of that time, and I will switch to show you some main points about the chart, but just to explain very, very briefly, the ascendant which I referred to is the AS in the bottom left-hand corner. It's in the sign of Sagittarius, and there's number 1 for house number 1. S5M3 means it's the 5th house away from the moon, the sun, sorry, the 5th house away from the sun, and the 3rd house away from the moon. So the diagram, you refer to the diagram mostly by looking at things moving clockwise. The 29 in the Sagittarius this is a general assessment of the strength of each house or Bhava. So the 2nd house is Capricorn, 3rd is Aquarius, and so on. The normal understanding of astrological houses until you get to the 12th house, which is Scorpio, and that has the planet Ketu. It's called a planet, but it's in fact just a point in the sky, which is measured by the orbits of the sun around the Earth around the sun and the moon around the Earth. So there's some main points, and I'll show you. The first one, Venus is very strong and shows Venus is the planet of desire, it's called, and it's showing great desire to realize the aims of the conference. So if you go back, you can see that Venus is there. Libra is Venus's own sign. It's in the 11th house, which is a position of strength. And it's also aspected by Jupiter and the Sun, which so other planets influence it, which is very good. Then I've said that Kubera, the god of wealth, is very powerfully present. Conference can attract wealthy sponsors, and there's great matters to do with finance and money. But Ketu in the 12th house is not good for material success. So if I go back, there's Ketu in the 12th house, and Ketu, this is the Moksha Karaka, it's called in Jyotish. So it's not wanting anything to do with material success. Jupiter's not well placed. More consideration would need to be given to communicate the true message of the conference. And Jupiter is in the 3rd house, which shows difficulties. Jupiter's role is not easily realized in this chart. Then Mars and Mercury. Mars and Mercury there in Virgo in the 10th house. They should, it's a good combination for science. So, and the 10th house represents the top of the sky. So it should drive the science forward. And Mars is very good in the 10th, but his energy is held back by mundane matters. And the energy of Mars is to realize things, to bring things about. You know? And then the Sun in the 9th shows the good purpose of the event. Dharma is being followed if the Sun is in the 9th, and the energy of the event is very strong. So there once again is the chart. It reflects quite well. You can see that there are great concerns about the effect of the government, for example, government and laws upon Jupiter, who is the one who is most wishing to care for everybody, as the moon, and the moon is also with Venus, and the moon and Venus don't get on very well. So there are different forces, and it's a combination of all the forces here. So if I go on to the pandemics in a similar way, so nearly every pandemic in the past 75 years has originated in China and has been a strain of influenza. So I wouldn't count Ebola, for example, as a pandemic, because it's has quite a small extent in terms of where it has arisen. If we begin with the birth of China, the birth chart of China, the communist state was formed in 1949 as a result of a civil war, which has never been resolved. China's astrology chart has severe problems because of the violent beginning. And the birth chart of China, timed at the 1st of October 1949 at 3 p.m., location of the chart in Beijing, and then Capricorn is the first house ruled by Saturn. And the birth chart of China was on a Saturday, which is very relevant. It could be very good if Saturn is strong, but if Saturn is weak or Saturn is in a difficult place, will bring difficulties. As Saturn rules the second house, if there are problems, it can refer to disease or even starvation. In the chart, Saturn in the 8th house will bring suffering, but also longevity. So China's not going to disappear. It is afflicting, Saturn is afflicting in different ways the 9th and the 10th lords, which are the most important ones in the astrology chart. So the chart, this is the chart for the country China, has got some quite major problems. You can see that Mars in Cancer, house number 7, Mars is a kind of very babyish type of energy. And the 7th house, as everybody probably has heard, is about relationships. And it only relates to its mother, nobody else. It can't form proper relationships, so it just gets angry if things don't work out. But the moon, the mother planet, is aspecting Mars, so there is this anger is toned down somewhat. Then if you go to the 9th house, there's Ketu and Mercury and Sun, and Ketu and Sun afflict Mercury and make Mercury behave in a way that's not very good, basically. And also, if you see that Saturn and Mercury are both on 20 degrees, that also means that Saturn is having an effect on Mercury. And Jupiter is on 29 degrees and 27 minutes in Sagittarius in the 12th house, which is a weak position, especially as Rahu, Mercury, Ketu, and Sun are afflicting Jupiter, or they're affecting Jupiter. So the Venus 10th Lord in the 10th house is very strong, but it doesn't give a good direction to us. And it's afflicted, Venus is afflicted by Mars and Saturn, which will produce very negative results. Mars in the 7th will afflict other countries. 7th house, as I've said, is about relationships. Moon will suffer itself because of the aspect of Mars. And Mars in Cancer in the 7th also shows major troubles will come due to islands like Hong Kong, UK, Taiwan, South China Seas, etc. So as Mars is the planet that refers to islands. Then Mercury is afflicted, as I said, by Sun and Ketu and Rahu from the other side. It is on the same degree as Saturn. And the result is that Saturn is trying to overwhelm Mercury. It's trying to take Mercury's position. Mercury is extremely strong there and it will resist. So some troubles will go on. And Mercury represents lungs and Saturn represents disease. It's a very simple formula here. So here are the pandemics. In 1957, so you have a timetable of planetary influences on the right. These are called dashas, and Sun Jupiter means the main dasha is Sun and the subsidiary one is Jupiter. And that leads into Sun Venus, where Venus is the subsidiary dasha. And as we saw that Jupiter is not in a good position and Venus is seriously affected by Mars and Saturn. So following the Asian flu, you had a period lasting a couple of years of immense agricultural problems and starvation right across China. Then in 1968, you had Hong Kong flu, and that's Moon-Jupiter period, and going into Moon, sorry, I've written Sun, it should be Moon-Venus period, I beg your pardon. Then 1977, the Russian flu, which actually originated in China, is in the Mars-Jupiter period. Then 1997 bird flu was Jupiter-Jupiter. 2003 SARS was Jupiter-Sun. COVID is Venus-Jupiter period. We're in Venus-Jupiter. And 2029 is Saturn-Jupiter. So we're expecting some kind of pandemic effect from 2029, 2030. Although the charts at the time will obviously be quite different, but something is going to take place then. And you can see that the thread all the way through this is that in the secondary, the SARS was a bigger effect there, but Jupiter is present all the time, and then the Jupiter period is going into the Venus period. I'll just go. There's additional points, but these are more technical ones. They're my sources, astrological matters from the Parashara and Jaimini traditions, general information on pandemics from Wikipedia, astrological charts from Sri Jyoti Star software, and the traditional methods of calculation. So I've been studying Jyotish for the past 25 years, and about 15 years before that, I started to study Sanskrit, and I've come to this conference through my representing BAVA, the British Association for Vedic Astrology, www.bava.org, which you are invited to visit. So I will stop the share. And if you have any questions, please go ahead.
Poprosím panelisty, pokud by
Would the panelists, should they have any question, ask the question now? This doesn't seem to be the case, so I will give you a piece of my experience. In my Indian experience, I was stunned by the depth and precision of some of these forecasts or predictions, which you can never judge unless you have had personal experience. Especially we in Europe are not really taught to understand this. There seem to be some other sources than those which we are accustomed to. The interpreters are sorry, but there is some problem on the line again. We can't hear the speaker. Now we will have the next contribution, namely effective management of automycosis with Nirgundyadi Thailam Karnapuram by Nina Ravindran.
Namaste all. Myself, Dr. Nina from the Department of Shalakyatantra, Ayurvedic specialization in ophthalmology, ENT and dentistry, under the guideship of Dr. Ashwini BN and Dr. Shiva Balaji from Amrita School of Ayurveda, India. Now, the topic I would like to present you before you is regarding the effectiveness of Ayurvedic protocol of Putikarna along with Nirgundya Taila Karna Purna in automycosis. Automycosis is a fungal infection of external auditory canal, and it is also known as fungal otitis externa. In Ayurveda, protocol of Putikarna is adopted as signs and symptoms of both can be correlated as the same. Objective of this study is to check or to study whether the classical Ayurvedic protocol of Putikarna along with Nirgundyadi Taila Karnapurana is effective in managing and preventing the recurrence of automycosis. Need for the study is, it is because due to the recurrence of the nature of this condition, as the fungal resistance of the species made the recurrence of automycosis and the evolution of the fungi resistant to azole group of antifungal ear drops. So there emerges a need to find out a better alternative which is cheap and effective. And there comes the statement of purpose, that is to evaluate the effectiveness of classical Ayurvedic protocol of Putikarna along with Nirgundyadi Taila Karnapurana in the management of automycosis. As I already mentioned, automycosis is a type of fungal infection of external auditory canal, and its symptoms can be correlated with the disease Putikarna in Ayurveda. The prevalence of automycosis is 5.2% all over the world, and in India, it is 9% according to American Academy of Otolaryngology. 90% of the fungal infections involve Aspergillus species and the rest is Candida species. And the current available treatment includes ear tolerating, antifungal therapies and antibacterial therapies. It can be both internal as well as topical application. Various predisposing factors for this condition include humid climate, presence of cerumen, instrumentation of ear, especially by an unprofessional, increased use of topical antibiotics, steroids, immune compromised hosts, and the patients who have gone for open cavity mastectomy and those who were wearing hearing aids with occlusive ear mold. The methodology adopted during the course of study was pre and post clinical study. A total of 30 registered patients who were fulfilling the inclusion criteria are selected for the study, and the study duration was for a period of 15 days for a single patient, and follow-up was done in once in for a period of 3 months, and the total duration of the study was 12 months. The subjective parameters include earache, pruritus, and ear blockage. And the objective parameters included endoscopic ear examination, fungal culture of the ear swab. And coming to the criteria, the inclusion criteria includes the patient between 18 to 50 years of either sex with fungal mass on otoscopic examination of growth of fungal colonies on culture of ear swab, and the patient fit for Karnapurana are also included in the study. On the other hand, as an exclusion criteria, patients with tympanic membrane perforation, acute separative otitis media and chronic separative otitis media and some other ear pathologies were fixed. And regarding the outcome measures, the assessment was done by grading the subjective parameters of earache and pruritus with visual analog scale and ear blockage with the scale used in the previously published some studies. And the objective criteria includes pre and post oral endoscopy pictures of auditory canal and pre and post fungal culture of ear swab. The treatment, the treatment procedures were Sadhyasneha, that is intake of ghee, especially the cow's ghee, 2 tablespoons at night for the first day, and Avipatti Churna Virejana, that is purgation for 2 days, and in the dose 20 grams with honey. Then Anutaila Pradimashanasa, that is nasal instillation of a medicine for 2 dose at the dose 2 drops for 5 days were given. Then ear mopping with decoction Arugwadadi Kashaya done twice daily for 5 days. Then Gugula Karna Dhupanavarti, that is fumigation with Commiphora mogul was done twice daily for 5 days. Then Pramardanam, that is the ear wiping with honey twice daily for 5 days was done. Then the important treatment Nirgundyadi Taila Karnapurana, that is the filling ear with medicines, that was also done for 7 days. Then come the internal medications, Arugwadadi Kashaya 50 ml twice daily before food, and Arugwadadi Vadi 1 tablet twice daily before food was given, and the follow-up was done once in a month for a period of 3 months. And this is the procedure Karnapurna. It is a method of filling or dropping of medication into ear. The medicines can either be lukewarm oil or ghee, etc. Depending upon the condition, the medicine should be selected. Here, in this particular condition of automycosis, we used Nirgundyadi thyla in the study, and it is a medicated oil. That is, Nirgundyadi thyla is a medicated oil processed with herbs in sesame oil, and it is indicated in Pudikarna. Observations of our studies were, in the study, initially there were 31 patients were registered for the study, and out of that, 1 patient was a dropout. And regarding the distribution of patients having frequent use of eardrops, 60 patients had the frequent use of earbuds, and 40% of the patients does not use that earbuds. And frequent use of antibiotic eardrops, 33.3% of the patients used eardrops, and those does not have the habit of usage of antibiotic eardrops were 66.6%. And regarding the patients based on their itching on VAS scale, among the study population of 30 patients, all the patients had itching, and 10% had mild itching, 40% had moderate itching, and about 50% had severe type of itching as a symptom. And regarding earache, 20% had no earache, 40% had mild earache, 20% had moderate pain, and 16.6% had distressing pain, and 3.3% had unbearable pain. And regarding the ear blockage as a symptom, 3.3% had ear block absent, 36.6% had mild ear block, 46.6% had moderate ear block, and 13.3% had severe ear block. And regarding the fungal species-wise distribution, 90% of the patients had Candida albicans as the infective species, and 10% had Aspergillus niger as an infective fungal species on culture. Now moving on to the results. In the study, there were 100% improvement was observed in the symptoms, and it was statistically significant at the p-value less than 0.0001. And all the 30 patients got reduction in itching after the treatment, and it was sustained throughout the period of follow-up. And out of 30 patients, 24 patients had earache, and all of them got relief, and it was sustained throughout the period of follow-up. And regarding the ear blockage, 29 patients got ear blockage, and they were completely cured, and all the 29 patients got relief, and they were sustained throughout the period of follow-up. And regarding the results on objective parameters, we can see in the slide, that is, in the pre-treatment, there were fungal colonies, and in the post-treatment, that fungal colonies were absent. And on the fungal culture swab also, we can see the presence of fungus on the cultural swab, and in post-treatment, it was absent. And in the previous slide, it was endoscopic examination of external auditory canal. Here there were fungus colonies, and in the post-treatment, it was absent. And coming to the discussion part. Purgation, the Virajana corrected the digestion, that is the Agni, which enhanced the action of internal medications and attributed clearing the channels, that is a Shrodha Shuddhi. And there comes the ear mopping with Arugada Kasha. It is a decoction, and it is having wound healing and antibacterial property, and it can pacify itching also. Then comes ear fumigation with Gugulu, that is Commiphora mukul. And ear fumigation, it provides a dry environment and thereby altering the conducive habitat for fungus. Actually, this fungi are having some very temperature preferences. Usually the optimal temperature ranges between 35 to 45 degrees Celsius, and therefore the fungi growth can be inhibited at low and high temperature. And the temperature of the duma, that is the fumes, it was kept just above the body temperature, so that it helped to kill and prevent the fungal growth. And this Gugulu, this Commiphora mukul, is potent as well as biodegradable and safe insect fumigant. And And regarding honey, it is having antimicrobial activity and hampers the growth of fungus and also help to heal the wound. And then comes the Karnapurna with Nirgundyadi Taila. It strengthens the ear canal and it improves the local host immunity and thereby prevents the recurrence of this particular condition, otomycosis. So I am concluding my session. That is classical Ayurvedic protocol of Putikarna along with Nirgundadi Taila Karnapurna in the management of otomycosis is so far safe, effective, and proved to have better patient's tolerance. These all are my reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your message, which doesn't only describe unpleasant patient states, but in some cases, these inflammatory diseases may bring heart complications, which are rather unpleasant. Now, I would like to kindly ask Dr. Professor Vishnu Prasad Sarma, representing the Governmental Ayurvedic College, with the topic, a case study on transverse myelitis management through traditional medicine.
Good afternoon to everybody, respected chairperson, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will speak on a case study on transverse myelitis management through traditional medicine, Ayurveda. Myself, Professor Dr. Vishnu Prasad Sharma, consultant cum professor, Department of Kaya Chikitsa Medicine, Government Ayurvedic College, Assam, India. We feel proud when we speak. We control syphilis, we control dengue, we control malaria. But if we see in our society, instead of getting disease-free society, in our society, disease person are more. Why? Because we do not follow the laws of the nature. We always want to go ahead of the time. Animal strictly follows the laws of the nature. They do not commit suicide. They don't require a puff of cigarette or a hot coffee or tea to regulate their bowels movement. Till now, we have not seen a horse having hyperacidity or a deer having ischemic heart disease or a obese lion. But in case of, you see, human being, obesity is a worldwide problem. So to maintain, according to Ayurveda, Ayurveda is the science of life, which deals with all those aspects which are related to life. Main aim of Ayurveda is to preserve positive health in healthy and afford relief from the disease in sick. That means Ayurveda have two aspects, preventive aspect and curative aspect. Ayurveda has given more stress on preventive aspect, and for that, we have one therapy known as Rasayan therapy. Rasayan therapy use of some herbs and follow the rules and regulations. Beauty is that herb can be used as a preventive aspect and as a curative aspect also. So according to Ayurveda, Vata, Pitta, cough, when it remains normal, then we are healthy. So according to Ayurveda, transverse myelitis is a Vata Kapha disorder. Transverse myelitis is an inflammation of the spinal cord. The term myelitis refers to inflammation of the spinal cord. Transverse refers to the pattern of changes in section. There is often band-like sensation across the trunk of the body with sensory changes. Symptoms may develop suddenly over a period of hours or over days or weeks and include pain, sensory problem, weakness in the leg, and possibly arms and bladder and bowels problem. Transverse myelitis can affect people of any age, gender, or race. It does not appear to be genetic or run in families. The disorder typically occurs between age 10 and 19 years and 30 and 39 years. Etiology, the exact cause of transverse myelitis and extensive damage to the bundle of nerve fiber of the spinal cord is unknown in many cases. Cases in which a cause cannot be identified are called idiopathic. Viral bacteria and fungal infection affecting the spinal cord may cause the disorder. A number of conditions appears to cause transverse myelitis, including immune system disorder, viral infection, bacterial infection, fungal infection, parasite, other inflammatory disorder, vascular disorder. Signs, symptoms, transverse myelitis may be either acute or subacute. The segment of the spinal cord at which the damage occurs determine which part of the body are affected. 4 classic features of transverse myelitis are weakness of the leg and arms, pain, sensory alteration. Transverse myelitis can cause paresthesis, bowel and bladder dysfunction. A case history. A case of transverse myelitis came to Ayurvedic Department of Kaya Chikitsa, Government Ayurvedic College, Guwahati, Assam. The case was female, 23 years, unmarried, presented with the complaint, inability to walk, unable to move her leg, unable to evacuate both urine and stool. Now we'll show you the video, how we give the treatment. Admitted at Government Ayurvedic College, Guwahati, Kaya Chikitsa Department, that complained of unable to walk, unable to move his leg, both the leg, unable to evacuate stool and urine. The case was diagnosed as a transverse myelitis. We give treatment, we started Ayurvedic treatment, hospital therapy. After 5 days, patient able to is to then after patient able to move his two finger. Then after 13 days, it will be able to move his leg. After 15 days, able to move his leg, and after 1 month, she able to walk with help of others and father. After 1 month, 10 days, without any help, she able to walk. She can evacuate urine and stool without any problem. Now, patient is good. She is able to walk without any help, and weakness is also reduced. Now the picture is after completion of her treatment. Now picture at our OPD. Now she is explaining what type of problem was there during the time of admission. She said, yes, weakness in both the leg, pain, unable to evacuate stool and urine. Language is Indian, Assamese language. She said that now, with the help of Ayurvedic treatment, I got more relief. Now, without any help, I can walk. I can walk. This is my all the PG scholar student. We give the treatment. So after 1 month, complete relief was there. So we give Ayurvedic management, purification, panchakarma therapy, samsodhan and samsaman therapy, purification, panchakarma therapy, someone internal medicine we give. This panchakarma is basically a bio-cleansing regime which facilitate the body system for better bioavailability of the pharmacological therapies. Besides achieving homeostasis of the dosas, these therapies help in the elimination of disease-producing factor and maintain equilibrium of the body tissue and dosas to normalcy. So we give Snehana oil massage, Dosamul oil, Mohamasa oil, and Sri Gopal oil. We mix all the 3 oils and apply all over the body. This is the Ayurvedic procedure. We apply, we little bit apply heat on oil, then apply all over the body and massage. And this is the therapy of Nadi Sedan. Steam, we take the herbs, Dosamula, in autoclave. First, we apply the oil, then we apply the steam, which contain Dosamul. This is Dosamul powder. This herbs we are using. This is the herbs, 10 herbs is there. Root bilbo is there. Algae marmalas. Gambhari is there. Sunak is there. Potolo is there. Agnimantra is there. Salapani is there. Tisnipani is there. Brihati is there. Kantokari, we use Kantokari. We use Gopur. Then, after giving Snehan Chadana, and we are using Sastik Sali Pinda Sedar. Here is also, we use milk, we use rice, we use Dosamula, make a potoli, boil it and apply all over the body like this way. Again, we give Matra Basti also, 60 ml Dosamul oil through anus, alternate days. First day, we give Matra Basti. Second day, we give Niruha Basti. It contains Dosamul, Surna Quat, Tiltel, Modhu, Sandhap. So this is the procedure. We boiled it and apply through anus. And internal medicine, we use Brihad Bhat Chintamani, 1 tablet daily, Khanjan Kari, Ros 1 tablet, Ekangabir 1 tablet with Dosamul Quat, Khirabola capsule, 1 capsule thrice daily, Bongsil 2 tablet thrice daily, Ashwagandha 2 tablet twice daily. So in conclusion, transverse myelitis has no cure. Ayurveda can offer a ray hope for patient of transverse myelitis. Transverse myelitis caused when treated with Ayurvedic drugs and therapy showed remarkable improvement. The recovery of the case was very fast and no relapse reported till now. More detailed studies need to be planned to study the effect of the Ayurveda medicine and therapy. Thank you to all. Ayurveda shows good result in the management of transverse myelitis. Thank you, sir.
Děkujeme velmi za váš vstup, pane profesore.
That was really very interesting, Professor. Only those people who had this experience in the life, who lived through a period of movement limitation and then experience the miraculous recovery can understand what it really means. And it's quite rejoicing to see such success. Now, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Suryanarayana Murala from India, who represents the Ayurvedic Academy in Karnataka, and he will speak about the Ayurvedic management of ITP. It is a case study. The floor is yours.
Namaste one and all. Myself, Dr. Suryanarayana, Associate Professor, working in Postgraduate Department of Kaumara Bhrutya, that is nothing but Pediatrics in Ayurveda. I'm very, very grateful to you for the organizers giving me this opportunity to share my tiny clinical experience with you. Really, I am grateful to you, sir. And as we know, the Ayurveda is becoming globalized because of the organizations like you. And still, there are a lot of things to be done to uplift the Ayurveda in Western countries, even in European countries, for which I wish you all the best. And today's my topic is clinical success story on idiopathic thrombocytopenia. So, thrombocytopenia, nothing but platelets. The platelet count is less. That leads to many complications, and which is common in children. Practicing Ayurveda in adults, it is difficult in Western countries, in India, but still we treat many cases through Ayurveda, many chronic diseases. And this is one of the evidence for that we can use very safely, effectively Ayurvedic treatment in children also, because we treat many challenging diseases. We manage, we give, we increase the quality of life of children through Ayurveda. So with this regard, I would like to share one of the clinical experience, that is the Ayurvedic management of idiopathic thrombocytopenia. Thrombocytopenia, it is nothing but decreased platelet count, where it causes the bleeding in children. The incidence is 3 to 8% in 1 lakh population. The illness usually present between the age of 1 and 7 years of age. See that the very young children, aged between 1 to 7 years, they are suffering with a low platelet count, which leads to bleeding disorder. So this is simple way we can understand the ITP. So usually complete remission occurs in many cases, in some cases. So this is a self-limiting when you treat effectively, but with steroids and other. But in many cases, or many, especially 20 to 30% of the children will continue to have a persistent low platelet count with bleeding symptoms even after the 6 months. What happened in the present case, that even the child is a medication on more than 1 year, but still he's suffering from the bleeding symptoms, and the parents were a lot worried and about the child, and they become the panic about the child, and the child was almost advised for the operating his spleen, and in such a condition they have come to our clinic. The important clinical features of idiopathic thrombocytopenia: skin bruises, petechiae or mucosal bleeding. So bleeding from the mouth, bleeding from the anus. The tendency of bleeding is increased when the platelet count is decreased. Okay. And other clinical features, epistaxis. Even we had a symptom in the same, like epistaxis, nothing but a nasal bleeding. Macroscopic hematuria. Hematuria means bleeding through urine. Through urine also there is a leak of blood. Through stool also there is a blood. So see that means the bleeding comes through upper orifices as well as lower orifices. when the platelet counts are very, very low. The children may develop ITP after a viral infection and usually recover. If not treated properly, then leads to rare complications like a bleeding into the brain, which can be fatal. So it's not just the symptom of bleeding that comes here and there. Even a bleed comes in a brain, like the intracranial hemorrhage, which can be causing the like severe neurodevelopmental sequelae as well as death also. So that's what we must treat very promptly. Approximately 50% cases response to primary treatment, including corticosteroids, IV immunoglobulins, anti-RHD immunoglobulins, and splenectomy. See that the splenectomy also indicated in 50%, like some of the cases. If needed, plasma concentration, blood transfusion, and IV corticosteroids are required. And this is the modern treatment and limitation. Okay, so in Ayurveda, so we have a disease is called Rakta Pitta. You know, Rakta means, you might be heard about the Tridosha, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Among them, Pitta, one of the dosha. Pitta, Rakta, together. Rakta means blood, Pitta means, you know, the bile. So Rakta and Pitta both are got vitiated. That condition causes the bleeding. So very simple in Ayurveda. When the Pitta is extremely vitiated, that causes the blood vitiation and together causes the bleeding manifestation. Very simple logic. This is the logic we understood in Ayurveda. Okay. And so the disease can be correlated in Ayurveda, which was mentioned in ancient era, thousands of years ago, about the Rakta Pitta. So whatever we see, many bleeding disorders as and now can be like comes under the umbrella term that is called Rakta Pitta. So Pitta and Rakta, the Pitta and blood together vitiated. So that is the main understanding of idiopathic thrombocytopenia in Ayurveda. So this is the case presentation. So I told you that this is very common between the age of 1 to 7 years. And in my case, the child had a 4-year, 6 months old. The name is called Harsha, was brought there by parents, okay, from a small village of from India. The state is called Karnataka. He's suffering from since 1.5 years. Purple dots. Okay, even sometimes he used to get a vomitings, he used to get a blood strain in the stool. And he has visited the higher centers in India, where even they discussed about the splenectomy. So since 1.5 years he was suffering when he had visited our hospital, and the child was advised for the splenectomy, and the parents were so worried, and so that they wanted to avoid the surgical removal of the spleen. Hence they have visited our hospital, and we have managed very well. See that at the age of 3 years, that the child had come at a 4.5 years, but at the age of 3-year-old, the child got bruising, purple dots over the forehead, axillary region, legs, and associated with the hematuria, nothing but bleed in the urine, vomiting, loose stools. Then they consulted one of the local pediatrician, okay, different, in India. Of course, finally he is referred to the higher center. It is one of the metropolitan city in India that is called Bangalore. There the child was examined thoroughly and diagnosed as a idiopathic thrombocytopenia. It is the clear case diagnosed by the experts in one of the higher center in India, where okay, they treated him, but he could not respond properly, even with the IV immunoglobulins and omnacotil, like steroids, as per the above discussion. And he used to have a very less platelets, in children. This is the case, okay, so where the child undergone some of the immune suppressive drugs. They are very costly in India. They used those drugs. The child was on those drugs since 1.5 years. Okay, but still he did not get a very good result. And I used to have a very chronic cough. This is very, very important. Okay, that along with the bleeding tendency of the body, he had a severe cough. Cough most of the time we think that which is from the respiratory origin, from the respiratory tract. But in this case, the cough has coming from the gastrointestinal tract, because means when the bleeding when it is there in the stomach, it is causing the gastric irritation and causing the cough reflex. The cough reflex, because of the gastrointestinal origin in this case, and due to the bleeding, okay, and like the bleeding in the upper part of the gastrointestinal tract, and the child could not get any result. He is being treated with the many anti-cough medicines, but he did not get the relief. And this is what we, okay, so that the child had a very 27,000 platelet count. Maybe it is vary in Europe, the count is. In India, that is a 27,000 count of the platelet. That is important. Where, you know, what is the normal platelet count in children? About 2.5 lakh to up to 4.5 lakh. Okay, you can say the in millions, 0.2 million to 0.45 million is the normal range of platelet count. But you see where the child had a very little platelet count, that is a less than 27,000. It is almost the 10-fold less than the normal value, and because of that he was suffering from that. Of course, after the treatment, and he has improved the platelet count. I'll show you the before and after treatment, the results were there. Let me see, this is the picture that where the child had a 27,000 when we have done in the 2019, and after that in the 2019 same, after the treatment of 3 months, he had a 1,09,000. Just it is a values which were showing, but the clinically the child was normal after the treatment. So these are about the medications. Like see, like treatment part, why we have chosen some of the drugs, what is the understanding through Ayurveda. See, one thing, there are many new diseases are coming up, and there are many chronic diseases are there in modern science. They can all understood in the concepts of Ayurveda. The way the corona COVID-19 is very new, but you can use the Ayurvedic concept to prevent, to treat COVID-19 also. Like whatever the challenges comes in the medical field can be dealt through Ayurveda. Okay, so even like in that way, this is a ITP. I told you it is one of the Rakta and Pitta involvement is there, and for that we had given a drug is called Vasa. Okay, Adatoda Vasika. It is one of the herbal drug, one of the best drug of choice. They said it is a gold standard medication, Vasa Grita, Adatoda Vasika. And this drug is used for all treating the especially Rakta-Pitta, bleeding disorders, tuberculosis, even a chronic cough. Vasa is one of the best drug because of its dry property, ruksha property, dryness. The Vata has a dry property, Ushna property, the heat property, and also which is one of the one of the Rasayana also. The earlier speaker was discussing about the Rasayana. Okay, so that is the way the Vasa Grita is preferred, and along with the Vasa Grita, and also we added the drugs like Sutta Shekhara Rasa. Sutta Shekhara Rasa, though it is a herbo mineral drug which has got some of the calcium carbonate, not having any heavy metals, a simple calcium carbonate which has got, and some of the iron content which has got according to like when you see the modern molecules. Avipattikara Churna, it is one of the very popular drug which is used to treat the gastritis in Ayurveda, or acid peptic disorders in Ayurveda. Okay, all gastrointestinal disorders where the constipation is involved, where the Apana Vayu, among 5 Vatas, Apana Vayu is involved. There we give a Avipattikara Churna, which contains one of the drug is called Trivrutta, Uparakalana Tarpitam, and also the sugar, simple sugar candy is one of the major drug, and which is one of the best Pitta Shamaka. The concept of bleeding disorder based on the Pitta vitiation. Simple. See, what is the dosha is involved here? Pitta involvement. So we aim to treat the Pitta, not the platelet count. So then this is the plan we have made according to the doshic understanding of the disease. And Pravala Basma, it is one of the best coral, nothing but Pravala is coral, nothing but which has got a calcium carbonate, even which the even one of the best pittahara, very cooling agent to the body. Sitofaladi churna. Sito is nothing but sugar candy, and the other drugs like people is also one of the content. Cardamom is one of the content. The people is nothing but pepper and cardamom and sugar as the some of the drugs where that can be used to treat the kapha. Kasa means the cough due to the vata and pitta origin. Pitta origin. As I told, the child had a very chronic cough and which was well managed by the Sitofaladi churna, which is having the pepper, sugar candy, and elachi, some of the drugs, and were used to treat the where the kasa means cough due to the vata and pitta, and with that understanding started that in a chronic cough. Chavanpras, amla is one of the umbilica officinalis is one of the major component, which is one of the best rasayana in the post. The first we have treated the bleeding disorder, then a plan for the cough treatment. Okay, so of course Mahalakshmi Vilasaras, which is one of the herbal mineral component, and which can be used to treat all the chronic respiratory GI or metabolic disorders, which is used in a step by step. So those are the drugs what I have used in my practice to treat that particular case. And also you can use other drugs like a drakshadi kashaya in pitta cases, like especially which has a sweet in taste and cold in nature, and also it is one of the best purgative and which encounters the pitta. And vasa guduchadi kashaya, so it's nothing but vasa, already I told you, the adatoda vasika, this is the main content, and guduchi, the very popular drug or one of the best immunomodulator in Ayurveda, where that also can be used. And vidaryadi kashaya, and see the content is main, they are cold in nature, sweet in nature, and dry in nature. Okay, so these are the drugs, even one of the best, they are the best antitoxic drugs also. They decreases the oxidative stress of the cell and prevent the inflammatory changes of the body, and we can well treat all the autoimmune disorders also, where all the inflammatory disorders with the above drugs. Okay, so these are the just the timeline. See, the 29th July 2019, the child had come with the complaints, and the treatment is given as just a simple avipattikara churna and Shuta Shekara ras. And after that, see, once again, after the 1 month, not just after the 15 days, the 10 days follow-up, the child had come with the recurrent cold and cough, and some purple dots were reduced. Okay, means above complaint is reduced in just after the 8 days of treatment. 29 means around 8 to 9 days of treatment, you can see. And after that, I have added the Mahalakshmi Vilasras with gold and Vasha Jivakam. It is one of the Vasa Guduchadi Kvada, nothing but that has been given. And after that, the 10th month means almost within a 2 months gap, the child is free from above complaints and continued the same treatment. Okay, see that the child has managed very well with a simple medication. So these are the drugs given and the same mentioned in the tabular form. I told you that the avipattikara churna is one of the best antacid, appetizer, and digestive stimulant, anti-inflammatory, and the carminative. So these are all pittahara properties when you speak according to Ayurveda. So Shuta Shekara Rasa I told you, and there are drugs like gold nanoparticles are there, and copper nanoparticles are there, and calcium carbonate is one of the nanoparticle is present. Borax also one of the content, where it is one of the best pitta shamaka. Okay, of course, do not worry. Even after giving the herbo mineral components, we have done the SGOT, SGPT, like liver profile, where no any organ damage is found and child is free from all the bleeding disorder, like symptoms because of the bleeding. And not only just 3 months or 4 months, since 30 months, he had no any recurrence, and the child is happy. And even he is not visiting since 6 months to our OPD because he never had any cough and never had any illness. Okay, and related to this idiopathic thrombocytopenia, which was effectively treated through Ayurveda. And just this is the proof, and even which was presented in a journal also. Okay, the child was improved clinically, and also platelet count has got increased. Since 30 months, the child is free from the disease and also free from recurrent infections with the proper growth and development. The child growth is good and appetite is improved, and he's doing good and all school activities and all. And the parents were very happy, and they used to send many other chronic diseases. And this is my first case where I have treated idiopathic thrombocytopenia in children. And after that, 2 more cases also we have treated with the same line of treatment. Okay, what I mean to say, in Ayurveda, we had a solution for many diseases. Like we have to believe and we have to do and we have to apply some of the simple Ayurvedic doshic concepts. Nothing else I have done here, only understood the dosha which is involved and given the medication for that. Okay, so with this I concluded concluding my session here, and once again I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Jsme šťastní, že jsme mohli slyšet i váš příspěvek.
We're delighted to be able to hear your contribution, which proves how important it is not only to turn to modern medicine, but also to historical methods like Chinese medicine and others, which are able to bring great relief to the patients in their illness. Now, I would kindly ask Dr. Arshad Jyoti from All India Institute of Ayurveda based in New Delhi in India. His contribution is titled Evaluate the Efficacy of Darvelauva in the Management of Hepatocellular Jaundice and Hepatoprotective Activity in Paracetamol-Induced Hepatotoxicity, which is a randomized controlled clinical. The floor is yours.
So good afternoon all. Thank you for this platform. And we have gone through a wonderful session over here. So my topic is efficacy of Darvyadi-Loha in the management of Kamala, that is hepatocellular jaundice in Ayurveda, and it is a hepatoprotective activity in paracetamol-induced hepatotoxicity, a randomized controlled clinical trial. So this, my research topic was guided by Dr. Ramakant Yadava, Associate Professor of Department of Kaya Chikitsa, All India Institute of Ayurveda. So before going to my research topic, I will explain some research background of this study. So please look into some of the research publications which are stating that some of the Ayurveda herbal medicines has induced some liver diseases. So don't be think that before going to the session I have putting some negative impacts regarding Ayurveda, but just think about these slides, and the World Journal of Hepatology also has put some Ayurveda drug-induced liver injury. So I will explain the details there. There's a lot of factors will be influenced while administrating the Ayurvedic medicine. So I am going to the topic and we will discuss this slide further. And this is the topic. This is an experimental as well as a clinical study. So in this study, hepatocellular jaundice is taken, that is the cause of abnormal liver metabolism. And the paracetamol is used as a negative control here. And this is a widely used antipyretic agent that is long has been established to cause liver toxicity and one of the above therapeutic levels. And moreover, the most common cause of drug-induced liver injury around the world. So this is a particular study which combines both experimental as well as clinical study. Coming to the experimental study, the study questions the efficacy of Darvyadi-Loha. That's a polyherbal formulation in Ayurveda in the management of paracetamol-induced hepatotoxicity. And the hypothesis is the aqueous extract of Darvyadi-Loha process has a significant hepatoprotective activity in the management of paracetamol-induced hepatotoxicity against the drug ursodeoxycholic acid, which is commonly used drug in modern medicine. Here, it is used as a standard control. And the study is undergone in Wister group of albino rats. These are the null and hypothesis and objectives of the study. The major objective was the evaluation of hepatoprotective activity of Darbyadiloha. That's also already I have mentioned about the polyherbal formulation in paracetamol-induced hepatotoxicity in Bistar albino rats. And the assessment is done by the major changes occurring in the liver function test, lipid profile, antioxidant profile, and histopathology itself. So we are going to the methodology, how the study has done. The Vista strain of albino rats were selected for the study, and their weights were ranging from 150 to 270 grams were selected for the present study. 25 rats were divided into 5 groups, and they were selected from the well-established animal lab in India. The animals were housed in inhumane manner as per the CPCSA guidelines for animal ethics. And hepatotoxicity was induced by paracetamol at dose level of 300 mg per kilogram body weight. And the test drug Darbyadiloha and the toxicant and the standard drug were administered orally by gavage feeding. We can say that control group is only saline, and the disease control group, the paracetamol is used. That is, we will discuss as a negative control in the upcoming slides. And the standard drug, paracetamol, along with ursodeoxycholic acid used. In the fourth group, the test drug, that is in lower dose, paracetamol with Darbyadiloha, that is our trial drug. And then fifth group, the test drug along with paracetamol, in which the paracetamol along with Darbyadiloha used in titrated dose, that is a higher dose, that is 400 milligram per kilogram body weight. And this procedure, the drugs were administered orally for the 10 consecutive days, and the dose of the toxicant was administered orally to each group. And the blood was collected at the 3 different time points during the study time period. That is at this first day, the starting dose schedule, and in the 5th day, and the 10th day before sacrificing animals. The blood was collected through the retroorbital complex from the animals and was analyzed to complete blood profile, antioxidant profile, and the liver enzyme profile. Here we can see that how the dosing schedule and the blood collection, the collected blood sample, and finally the histopathological samples were collected. Snapshots from the study. If we are moving to the next slide. So the assessment of the study, so how the trial drug and how this Ayurvedic drug influence the liver against paracetamol-induced hepatotoxicity is done through the changes in the liver function test, the lipid profile, antioxidant activity, and the histopathological evaluation. That's what I have mentioned is simply explained in this slide. So we are going to the outcomes. What are the outcomes of the study? Let's go through the outcomes. Here we can say that the total bilirubin, direct bilirubin, SGOT, SGPT, ALP, all these parameters are related to liver. The liver parameters are mentioned here. The liver enzymes were estimated in all the groups to assess the liver function in all groups. Estimated the serum value of SGOT, SGPT, ALP, and total and direct bilirubin enzymes in the serum, and found significant increase in the value estimated enzyme was found after the intervention of standard drug. And the raised level were found significantly lowered and comparable to control group. A significant decrease in the SGOPT, SGOT, and ALP was also observed in low and high dose of Darbyadiloha. We can see that while using the negative control, that is the negative control mentioned is paracetamol, the level of bilirubin, the direct bilirubin, and SGOT, SGPT levels were raised. In the condition of ALP, we can see that this is raised almost at the level of 407.6. So after the intervention of standard drug, it is come to normal. And let us compare the standard drug and the trial drug. That DL means Darbyadiloha, and 2 DLs are there. That is, one is 200 milligram per kilogram body weight, and another one is the 400 milligram per kilogram body weight. And these are the short forms used in these slides. So we can see that when compared with the standard drug, almost similar or significant levels were established, and the results outcomes were observed while during the study. So we can see that after in the condition of ALP, it is almost come back to the around standard drug level. So next is the lipid profile. It is also similar condition is there after the negative control. In paracetamol-induced toxicity, this level is deranged. And finally, similar to standard drug, we observed a result in the Darbyadilokha treated groups. Though the results indicate that treatment was high dose level will have a similar effect like the standard drug, also deoxycholic acid. Another one, we are going to antioxidant profiles, that is MDA, SOD, catalase, and GHS. That is, we will discuss it further. The antioxidants potential of Ayurvedic drugs are widely discussed in various discussions. So we are also discussing in this according to liver diseases. We can say that the free radical damage of the animals were assessed by the antioxidant profile serum. In the current study, the antioxidant analyzed profile assessed the hepatic damage and the role of different treatment modalities to overcome. We found the level of MDA, that is malondialdehyde marker. It's a marker of oxidative stress. How the cell is stressed to oxygen. Then it's a final product of, polyunsaturated fatty acid. So increase in the free radical cause increase in MDA. We can see that the MDA level is increased after the intervention of negative control. And how the other levels of standard drug and the Darbyadilokha 2 groups, we can see that. So it's a marker of the amount of free radicals that will cause damage. So increase in the free radical level, that is decrease in the antioxidant status of the cell. So that is the speciality of MDA, the malondialdehyde marker. Coming to the other SODs, superoxide dismutase. The superoxide dismutase is an enzyme found in all the living cells. That is, this helps to avoid tissue damage by various oxygen molecules in cells through their cleavage of potential neutral molecules. The poisonous consequences delivered by superoxide anion are weakened by their conversion to less toxic hydrogen peroxide by superoxide. So superoxide is in hepatocellular damage activity of this enzyme decrease, which indicate the failure of superoxide scavenging activity. The reduction in the activity of superoxide dismutase is a perspective indicator of the hepatocellular shatter. So in the standard, you can see that in negative control group, the superoxide amount is very less. Compared with standard drug, it is high, and the similar effect is observed in Darbyadilokha treated both of the groups. So we are moving on to catalase enzyme. Catalase is the breakdown harmful catalase which break down the harmful hydrogen peroxide towards oxygen and water. So it is also an antioxidant potential, and the level is needed to prevent hepatic damage. And we are also going to glutathione. As the GSS perform variety of functions which include reduction of conversion of peroxidase to respective alcohols by electron donation. So it's an antioxidant, cofactor for several metabolic enzymes, radioprotection, and facilitate protein folding and degradation. So we can see that the antioxidant potential, how the antioxidants are distributed after the intervention, and how the standard drug and the trial drug are response towards this paracetamol-induced hepatotoxicity. So we can say that somewhat similar effect as we are getting compared to the standard drug and the Darbyadilokha treated group. So this is an outcome of hemoglobin, and the CBC profiles were assessed during the first day, 5th day, and the 10th day. And during the course of time, we can see that in the negative control group, that is the paracetamol-induced toxicity group, the continuous decrease in the level of hemoglobin in all these groups. But the thing is, after the decrease in the 5th day observation, after the intervention of the trial drug, there is an increase in the Darbyadilokha treated group, which is greater than the negative, the standard drug. You can observe that the standard drug is, once again, I am repeating the standard drug here used is the deoxycholic acid. So compared with that, the Darbyadilokha, it's polyherbal formulation and it's an iron-containing formulation. So we can say that the hemoglobin level is increased after the intervention of the trial drug here. So we are moving on to the histopathology of albino rat's liver. You can see that is a picture of A is normal control, And the second one is paracetamol-induced damage. Third one is ursodeoxycholic acid controlled group. And the D means 200 mg per kg Darbyadil treated group. And the E is 400 mg per kilogram Darbyadil treated group. You can see that the liver histology showing the architecture of the liver tissue with no inflammation or necrosis was observed in the control group. The control, that's the first picture, there is no inflammation. So after the intervention of paracetamol, the liver tissue shows massive coagulation. We can see some of the picture is compared to the picture with the A and B. The massive coagulation, necrosis, and hemorrhage, along with inflammation as an evident high number of macrophages in the control group. And after the standard drug intervention, the 3 days shows significant reduction in the liver tissue inflammation, and the extent of liver necrosis was also found significantly reduced. We can see in the picture C, the extent of liver damage is almost overcome by the standard drug. And we can come into our perspective, that is Ayurvedic perspective drug, that is D and E here we are focusing. So intervention with the load of Darbyadil showed significant improvement in the paracetamol-induced liver damage as evident by less number of macrophages. But compared with other, it is Darbyadil treated high group should cope up with loss in liver tissue with paracetamol-induced toxicity, while the high dose Darbyadil was observed significant reduction in the inflammation, just like the picture number C. So we can conclude that evidence of high dose Darbyadil is more effective in treated hepatotoxicity induced by paracetamol, and the findings correlate with our observation in the serological level also. So this is a part of clinical study associated with the experimental study. So that is the same drug is used to treat the hepatocellular jaundice in human patients of hepatocellular jaundice. In hepatocellular jaundice is compared with Kamala in Ayurveda. So there are some technical terms in the upcoming slides. So I will explain. And this is a research question, efficacy of oral administration of Darbyadil in the management of Kamala, that is hepatocellular jaundice. And the null and objectives to evaluate the Darbyadil in the management of Kamala, that is hepatocellular jaundice, in comparison with ursodeoxycholic acid by assessing the changes occurring in the clinical and hematological parameters. So these are the different observations, and that is a textual observation from the textbooks of Ayurveda, that is Charaka Samhita, Susuda Samhita, and Ashtanga Hridaya. And the other terminologies may be difficult for understanding, so I am skipping that. This is an Ayurvedic disease review, that is in Ayurveda, the Pandaroga, the further stage of Pandaroga leads to Kamala. That is, this is a probable pathogenesis of Ayurvedic liver diseases, that is hepatocellular jaundice is written here. So we can, coming to the contemporary review, we can say that infection or drug-induced or autoimmune, the inheritable cause leads to impaired cellular uptake of the defective conjugation or the abnormal secretion of the bile, which is further leads to hepatocellular jaundice. That is the correlation with more contemporary science. As these are the drugs used in this particular polyherbal formulation, that is, we can say that Daruharidra, that is Berberis aristata, Terminalia cebula, Terminalia bellerica, Empelia officinale, Cingibera officinale, Piper nigra, Piper longum, Empelia ribes, and that is the purified iron. The Loha Basma is purified iron. These are the 9 ingredients used in this particular formulation, that is Darbyadil Loha. The probable mode of action according to Ayurvedic parameters is written, that is the potency of the drug and the action in the vessels of our blood and the action in our body. The entire action in our body is written in Ayurvedic parameter is this. And this is the considered flow diagram of the human trial. That is total number of 78 patients were assessed, and they were divided into 2 groups by randomization, and the follow-up were analyzed. The inclusion and exclusion criteria were rated, and the pregnancy, obstructive jaundice, and the carcinogenic, the malignancies were, and the thalassemia, that is inherited disorders, Gilbert syndrome, and other comorbidities were excluded while the recruitment of patients. And the clinical presentation as well as reduction in the LFT were used to test the human trial. This is some of the observations, how the conjunctival deposition of bilirubin were decreased after the intervention of the trial drug. That is, below that, we can see that the urine deposition and the color of the urine, how they changed after the intervention of the trial drug in another patient. Some of the random observation from the human trial. This is the observation of the that is demographic observation. We can say that the overall effect of the therapy and the signs and how the individual signs and symptoms were decreased in patient. That is loss of appetite and nausea, vomiting, indigestion, and the yellowish discoloration of the skin, burning sensation, itching, etc. How the things were observed in patients. And here we can see the first word is prakriti, that is individual constitution. That is very important in the treatment of Ayurveda. That is what we say in the initial slide. We can say that while we prescribing the Ayurvedic medicine, we will observe a lot of factors regarding the individual patient. That is, the customized medicine is delivered by Ayurveda. So that is a problem. The observation from the other side may cause more and more negative impacts. While they must say that drug-induced liver injury is more in Ayurveda. Recently also, there is a lot of discussion regarding the Tinospora, that is Tinospora codifolia and Tinospora crispa, that two different drugs in Ayurveda, how they affect in the liver injury. So this is why I have explained the first slide, that is drug-induced liver injury slide. So let me conclude that the Ayurvedic Loha at 400 milligram per kilogram body weight have shown promising results in hepatoprotective activity. That is why we have established already by the histopathology and the antioxidant potential and the symptomatic in patients as well as in experimental, that is evidence-based medicine. And laboratory parameters or findings are getting that also deoxycholic acid 300 milligram treated group, but symptoms like the symptomatic observations are persisting, which is not observed in the Ayurveda Loha treated groups. So we can say that contemporary bioscience, we explore the science like traditional and complementary science like Ayurveda is horizontal and time is restrictive. So we need more vertical and introspection and understanding of Ayurveda. That is, we need to move the further research and evidence-based potential. So thank you so much.
Ještě si odneseme tato slova.
I'm sure we will carry away these words, protectives like paracetamol, hepatotoxicity, and such others. I think that in the treatment of liver condition, every means is important. Now, I would like to pass the floor on Mr. Vishal Solanki, who is who represents the Ayurvedic College, and he will speak about the treatment, about the management of Swita through Ayurvedic treatment and Lathan therapy.
And my old teacher, and who inspired me to do. Okay. So I will start my presentation on the single case study of vitiligo. In this single case study, I will discuss a few points about the disease, like the introduction. It is described in Ayurveda and modern aspect. After that, I will put my case presentation, in which I could discuss about the topic like symptom prognosis and Ayurvedic management. Introduction. In Switra, Switra Varna occur over the skin, locally over the whole body. In Switra, Rasa, Rakta and Meta Dhatu may be visited by Nidan Sevana. And there is also visitation of a Vata, Pitta and Kapha dosha. So in Switra dosha or in Switra disease, primarily Kapha is vitiated, and that's why Pitta is situated in the skin, cannot do better function of the Varna Prasadana. Here, Pitta is vitiated by the Guru, Shnigdha Pichil Ahar Vihar, Kapotklesha and Mithya Ahar Vihar. It means unwholesome ahar or unwholesome diet. These are three types of, there are three types of Switra depending on Varna, like Rakta Varna, Tamravarna and Shvetvarna. This is getting worsened if they changes their Varna, Rakta to Shvetvarna. So the prognosis become a very poor if bundle, if the Varna will changes into the white. In modern medical science, the characteristics of Shvetra are similar to vitiligo. There is a focal loss of a melanocyte, result in the development of the patches of the hypopigmented. Also, a positive family history of vitiligo relatively common in those with extensive disease and autoimmune condition like a trauma. Autoimmune condition, trauma, burn also may be the reason of the vitiligo. If there is a leukotrachea with a prolonged condition, prognosis is poor. This is my case presentation. A 34-year-old patient reported to Kai Chikitsa OPD in Sri Swaminarayan Ayurvedic College and Hospital in Gujarat on 5th June 2020 with the complaint of white single patches on the left arm below the cubital fossa, slightly back to the forearm since 1 year. Initially, this lesion is small, discrete, and later in a progressive in size. There were no associated complaints confined to lesion like itching or burning sensation. There is a history of environmental effect like over sun exposure. Also, history of taking curd every day at a dinner time for a long period, and also have a positive history in his grandfather. Now comes on to the personal history. Patient taking a junk food and regularly eat the curd and buttermilk at the night time, which is a prohibition in a skin disease, or also it's called Viruddha Ahar, unwholesome diet. Other examination is regular and normal. Psychological history. The patient of Fitra will fear about the disease. Is it spread all the body parts or it will not cure? Also have some financial disturbance, and past history of drug allergic history was not significant in this patient. Local examination. At the site of the lesion, left arm below the cubital fossa, slightly back to the forearm, and the distribution is asymmetrical and color is white. Itching is not present, no any inflammation or no any discharge. Other sensations are maintained like hot and cold. Diagnosis is done on the based on the clinical picture as mentioned in the Charak Samhita. Treatment. In OPD patient, we gave him a Kaishor Guglu tablet, Manchistadi Kwatha, Gomutra Haritaki, and Lekhan with 3 Katu Churna. Lekhan, it means a gentle scraping of the affected area with 3 Katu Churna. The patient was advised to take medicine and avoidance of lavana, excessive salt, amla ras, excessive madhur ras, excess of guru ahar vihar, curd, buttermilk, and excess of sun exposure, spicy and junk food, avoidance of stress, and divaswapna and ratri jagran. On that page, Lekhan Karma was done with above mentioned chun every 15 days. So these are result. You can see in this picture, this is a hypopigmented area, and after the treatment of Lekhan Karma and internal medication, a few dark spots appear. These are the arising a few new hyperpigmented spots. Discussion. The cause of the disease is a Viruddha Ahar Sevan, Shit Ambupan, Ati Atap Sevan. This Sevan was found in the patient. Because of this Nidan Sevan, Kapha Dosha, Rasa Dhatu, Meda Dhatu are involved. Excess of Kapha and Meda Dushti block the channels or strotas, and it become because of a clog formation of a dosha and a dusha, locally situated pitta vitiated by them. So because of these pathologies, skin cannot get its normal color and become or seen as a hypopigmented patches. In the case of Shvitra, line of the treatment is Bahya and Abhyantar use of a Kushtagna Dravya as per a sign and symptom of the patient. Manjishthadik Vata as per a Bhaisajya Ratnavali, it acts as a blood purifying, remove the clog of the dosha in a channel and make the skin free from all the types of dosha. Kaishur Guglu acts as a natural blood cleanser, skin health promoter, and all types of push as per mentioned in Sharangdar Madhyam Khanda. Gomutra Haritaki act on a Medha Dhatu, so it helps to reduce Medha Dushti. And as a Lekan, Trikatu Churn used according to Acharya Sharangdar, Trikatu act as a Kapagna and Kushtagna. So we apply as a Trikatu Churna Lekan as a hypopigmented patches. Conclusion. In this case study, we perform a Lekhan and Shaman Chikitsa, and it is quite effective. And patient is satisfying with the therapy and have a positive attitude that the disease will go on permanently. Shvitra Rog is a difficult to treat in other system of medicine. It can be managed successfully with the knowledge of Ayurveda system of medicine by knowing the dosh and dushya and bala of Vyadhi. Thus, this therapy gave a satisfying result to the affected person. Here is my reference. Thank you.
Thank you. This indeed is a treatment which is extremely difficult. Since the Greek philosophers, there's always been a lot of stress put on balance, and they practice kalokagatia, that is the equilibrium of ratio and emotions. I would therefore like to pass the floor on the following speaker.
I would like to invite Maida Hundaling, who will give a beautiful performance.
Pokračujeme v našem programu příspěvkem doktora Debasiše Sahu.
Continue in our program with Dr. Debasish Sahu coming from India. His branch is to develop. His title is Phytochemical in vitro studies in hydroalcoholic extract from fruit sample, epicarp, endocarp, and esterified extract from endophytic fungus associated with leaves from Elaeocarpus genitors, and green synthesis of silver nanoparticles from the extracts with bioactivity study. The floor is yours.
Bohužel kvalita připojení je tak nízká, že
Unfortunately, the quality of connection is so low that we are.
Budeme tedy muset přistoupit k
Unfortunately, we will have to move on to the next part of our program because of a very poor connection and poor quality of the sound. I would like to welcome Dr. Litavi Rajan from India, Ayurvedic University in Kottakkal in India. With her contribution titled Public Health Genomics.
So we now have another participant connected. So the two contributions which were supposed to be heard and where we had some technical difficulties will follow after Mr. Johnson from the UK, who will give a presentation on Hodges model, a generic framework for personal and world health. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for this invitation. My name is Peter Jones. I'm a community mental health nurse. I'm located here in Northwest England. I work part-time these days, currently working for early intervention team in psychosis in Salford, which is near Manchester. I'm very grateful for this invitation, and I'd like to share with you a conceptual framework called Hodges model, which can cater for personal and world health. Since actually submitting to the conference, I'd like to emphasize, especially as we face COP26 next month, the relevance of this framework for planetary health as well. So what I'd just like to do is highlight the relationship between this framework and what within health and social care are legacy issues, things that we've been trying to deal with for decades, both within medicine, nursing, and other forms of medicine. The framework is very much given to the relationship between concepts, and hopefully you'll appreciate that by the end. And the framework can make these dichotomies that we come across, supply and demand, disease and prevention. It can make these relationships explicit. And I will signpost to some resources if people are interested to read more. I'd also welcome critique, dialogue, and possible collaboration afterwards. So what Hodges model can do is highlight the question about the subjects of health and also the agents. And this includes whether we consider an individual a patient, obviously a unique person, an individual, plus the agents who might deliver care. And in that sense, it's whether the subject is passive or actively involved in their healthcare. equally there's that consideration of scale, both from the personal individual and the group or the population. And built within Hodges' model is this huge difference between the one-to-one relationship. And as we've all learned and are learning through COVID, the question about population health. The model also highlights the types of knowledge that we need in order to prevent disease and deliver healthcare services, and also the question about how we define health itself. So the questions that are implicit in the model, as I've mentioned, includes who do we care for, what types of activities does healthcare cover. So the conference already has highlighted when I joined Friday, sort of the physical aspects of care and the psychological, mental health, and what knowledge and skills are needed to deliver and facilitate care. And increasingly within health, we're faced with this balance between value, both the finance and cost of health, and values. And how do we initiate change? Sustainability now is a key issue. And how do we make healthcare sustainable? So what's in a name? Brian Hodges, who is now retired, created the model in the mid-late 1980s at what is now Manchester Metropolitan University. And the idea of health career relates not to jobs, but to the idea of life chances. And of course, we can describe life chances in terms of sort of biological, psychological, and socially through upbringing, parenting, support, and the community and culture that we find ourselves in. And increasingly in the 21st century, there are all the political connotations associated with health. The power of this model arises from the fact that it is situated and multi-contextual, and the care domains, as I'll illustrate, refers to the fact that the model incorporates 4 care or knowledge domains, and the model as a whole actually can be thought to be encompassed by the spiritual domain. And there are 4 educational and practice objectives originally to produce a curriculum development tool to help ensure holistic assessment and evaluation, and to facilitate reflective practice, and also to bridge what in education is termed the theory-practice gap. And there is a blog online, Welcome to the Quad, and there is a bibliography included there. And I'm also on Twitter, if anyone would like to connect, and Yahoo. And thank you very much. I think I actually may have skimmed over or missed one slide there, which actually illustrates the model. And for some reason, it's not displaying. I don't know what's happened there, sorry. But yeah, it's showing on my screen, but it doesn't seem to be sharing. Sorry about that.
Well, your share screening is functioning. It's all right. It's all right.
The blog actually includes an illustration of the model in the sidebar, and that is where the bibliography is also listed. Thanks again. Thank you, Thomas.
Děkuji za váš příspěvek.
Thank you for your contribution. We already are ready to allow Dr. Litti V. Raju from India to take over. She she represents the Ayurveda College from Kottakkal.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Litti V. Raju, second year PG scholar from VPSP Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, Kerala, from the Department of Swasthavrita. Welcome to the presentation. Topic of my presentation is public health genomics. The questions are as old as humanity. Why do children resemble their parents? Why do they have green eyes, curly hairs? Why do certain diseases, including the psychological diseases, run in the family? Before the advent of molecular biology, scientists approached such questions largely through the study of all organisms. Then emerged the new genetic technique, which allowed researchers to read the organism's genome. With the further progress in the study, a major point of discussion among researchers was how about a newborn screening in the form of a predictive testing, and presenting in the United States and a few other countries. They screen babies for metabolic disorders, allowing them to grow normally on a diet. Here in the second magazine, you can see the magazine cover. It says the story of Cunningham family, where Jo Cunningham had a breast cancer and her doctor, Julie, did a preventive mastectomy. Upon this, let me introduce you my topic, public health genomics. These are the contents of my presentation. Let's let us see what is genome. Genomic knowledge refers to the information that is obtained from studying the complete genetic makeup of a cell or organism. Most common diseases are multifactorial, caused by variants in numerous genes that interact with each other and with a range of environmental factors. And to gain more knowledge about these diseases, researchers work in the field of genomics. The question is, what is public health genomics? No, what is public health? That is, public health is defined as the art and science of preventing disease, prolonging life, and promoting health through the organized effort of a society. And the mission of this public health is to fulfill society's interest in assuring conditions in which people can be healthy. The three core functions of public health are assessment, development, policy development, and assurance evaluation. The question is, who will keep the public healthy? The critical areas of public health education in the 21st century include informatics, genomics, communication, and the following. What is public health genomics? Now we are familiar with the term genomics in public health. So let us see what is public health genomics. It is an emerging field that assesses the impact of genes and their interaction with behavior, diet, and environment on the population's health, and use this information to develop strategies to prevent disease. So what is public health genetics? You said related to the term genomics and now public health genetics. Here, public health genetics is defined as the application of advances in the genetics and molecular biotechnology to improve public health and prevent disease. Genomics and public health. As human diseases result from gene-gene environment interaction, public health leadership is needed to translate these gene discoveries. Genetics affect all human public health functions like assessment, policy development, and assurance. So public health must plan to train the workforce in order to build genetics capacity across the programs. So what are the potential of genomics for public health? According to WHO, it reduces the global health inequalities. How does that happen? It happens by providing developing countries with efficient, cost-effective means of preventing, diagnosing, and treating diseases, equitable economic investment, clinical research, and use of genomic services and technology globally. So without discussing about Human Genome Project, it will be incomplete to talk about public health genomics, because this project was a massive turn point for the evolution of public health genomics. It was an international collaborative research program for complete mapping and understanding of all the genes of human beings. Thus, researchers deciphered human genome in 3 major ways: by determining the sequence of all the bases in our DNA, making maps that show the location of genes for major section of all our chromosomes, and they produce linkage maps through which inherited traits can be tracked over generations. What are the major findings of Human Genome Project 2003? One particular striking finding was human nucleotide sequence is nearly identical between any 2 individuals. Neither a single nucleotide change in a single gene can be responsible for causing our disease. And it identified approximately 20,000 to 25,000 genes in human DNA and sequenced 3 billion base pairs that make up human DNA and led to genome-wide association studies. An article published in Community Genetics titled The Integration of Genomics into Public Health Research Policy and Practice in the United States concluded that the 3 main functions like assessment, policy development, assurance included the following subheadings: the regular systematic collection and analysis and dissemination information on the health of the community, and a policy development, the formulation of policies in collaboration with stakeholders that promote the effectiveness, accessibility, and quality of genetic tests and services. Under assurance, the assurance to constituents that genetic test and service meet goals for effectiveness, accessibility, and quality. So just have this question in your mind: how will genetic change our lives 50 years from now? So what are the possibilities? What impact does it make on our life? So just be familiar with this code, that we will have individualized preventive medical care based on our own predicted risk of disease as assessed by looking at our DNA. By then, each of us will have had our genome sequence 50 years from now, okay? Because it will cost less than $100 to do that. And this information will be part of our medical record. Because we will still get sick, we will still need drugs, but these will be tailored to our individual needs. It is by F. Collins, 2003. Another important article published in American Journal of Epidemiology entitled, "Do we need genomic research for prevention of common diseases with environmental causes?" It concludes that it could help stratify disease risk and differentiate interventions for achieving population health benefits, and it could identify new environmental risk factors for disease and help confirm suspected environmental risk factors. In the third one, it could help in understanding of disease occurrence in terms of its transmission, in terms of natural history, severity, or etiological heterogeneity. There are 2 categories of gene: the rare gene or high risk gene or moderate gene. Rare gene frequency usually less than 10%, but risk for disease can be greater than 50%. Some examples are listed below, like HNPCC for colon cancer, BRCA1 and 2 for breast cancer, etc. Here in common gene or moderate risk, genes that are very common in population, that is about 30 to 50% of the population have it, but only increase the risk moderately and almost always require an external environmental factor and other genes. Example is factor V leading in stroke and CCR for HIV or AIDS, etc. How the valuation of this genomic application takes place? It is through ACCE framework, that is analytic validity, clinical utility, and ethical, legal, and social issues. How about newborn screening quality assurance program? As discussed in the introduction part, it identifies conditions that can affect a child's long-term health or survival. And it provides training, consultation, proficiency, guidelines, and materials to state public health laboratories. And each year, millions of babies in the US are routinely screened using a few drops of blood from the newborn heel for certain genetic, endocrine, and metabolic disorders. And this universal implementation of newborn screening in India, let us have a glimpse on that. That is, today there are numerous NBS laboratories, public and private, in India offering NBS tests. Some of them offer comprehensive NBS panels resembling the recommended universal screening panel in the US. Many of them participate in the newborn screening quality assurance program offered by CDC US. When we discuss about all these terms and the scope, we should also address the challenges what we are facing upon this. The major challenges to overcome this inequitable allocation of benefits, as said by the WHO in this COP session, how to overcome this inequitable allocation of benefit is a major challenge. The tragedy that would befall us if we made the promise of genetics only for those who could afford it and not for all society. Understanding the need of the patient is a key for determining the right genetic test. So the biggest hurdles faced by clinicians are genetic data interpretation, finding genetic links for complex conditions. So what role does family history have in that? Because we already know that we said that in the initial section that why do certain diseases, including the psychological diseases, run in a families? Okay, so learning and acting on this family history have a very great impact on the health factor. So family histories includes behaviors, environmental exposures, and genetics. Family history public health initiative helps in validating family history tool for use by practitioners, goal to improve screening and interventions for health impact, etc. The family history is a risk factor for many chronic diseases. As listed here, you can see mostly seen in prostate cancer, that is 11.0. Then in asthma, it is 7.0, and heart disease, it is 5.4. The family history risk stratification concept can be divided or explained with this flow chart with the assessment, risk stratification, and intervention. If it is family history is of average, then standard prevention recommendations are given. If it is moderate, personalized prevention recommendations are advised. And if it is high, means personalized prevention recommendations and referral for genetic evaluation is needed. Let us see a few examples of the integration of genetics into public health function in the 21st century. Few of them are investigating clusters of cancer in the community, developing the policies for using genetic testing to prevent iron overload in the United States, evaluating prevention effectiveness of a national campaign for early detection of a colon cancer, and national assurance program to monitor utilization, effectiveness, and impact of genetic testing. So what should public health do now? That is the point. We should educate ourselves and our constituents, use existing population data source to help determine genetic contributions to disease and gene-environment interaction, identify populations at high and moderate risk who could benefit the most from medical, behavior, and environmental interventions. When we discuss about all these opportunities, challenges, etc., the major heading which we should deal is the ethical issues. Once we think about that, we will feel that there are a few ethical issues which should be addressed, because it is a duty of the researcher that once we get to know about the genomic research, we should disclose it to the participant. Okay, and this can create cause of anxiety or depression in the individual. And when saying about their family members, they could be subjected to unnecessary psychosocial harm. And the issue of social stigma and discrimination when it is not resolved is another ethical issue. Okay, and when coming to the occupation section, employment section, we can see that when this genomic data are publicly accessible, there is a risk of discrimination during enrollment for a job or obtaining health insurance. So few solutions to this ethical dilemma in genomic research are informed consent, withdrawal from research, addressing incidental findings in genomic research, role of ethical committees, compensation for the participants, and sharing the benefits of human genetic research. So what are the responsibilities of public health workers? They should demonstrate basic knowledge of the role that genomics has in development of disease, identify the limits of their genomic expertise, and do proper referrals with more genomic expertise, and identify the role of the socio-cultural behavior factors, and identify the ethical and medical limitations. And the current applications of public health genomics Could be answered with these questions like, why do populations and communities get sick? How can we use genetic tests for population health? How can we use family medical history? How can we prepare the workforce and the general public? And how can we influence the public policy and health services? And to conclude with, the emergence of public health genomics is a multidisciplinary field for the 21st century. And public health genomics has been successfully integrated into existing paradigm for the provision of traditional public health services. And the continued alignment of genomics with public health promises to deliver more precise, personalized healthcare. And government and policymakers in this arena have a unique role to play that ensures effective implementation of genomic knowledge and technologies into the health system. These are my references. Thank you.
And now we would like to connect with Dr. Devasish Sahu from India. His study is titled Phytochemical in vitro studies of hydroalcoholic extract from fruit sample, epicarp, endocarp, and esterified extract from epidiphic fungus associated with leaves of Elacarpus ganitrus, and green synthesis of silver nanoparticles from the extracts with bioactivity study. The floor is yours.
Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity on this international platform. So my presentation topic is based upon the bioactivity of the fruit samples, the extract from the fruit samples and the fungus that is associated with the leaves of Rudrax, and their potential for the silver nanoparticle production with the study on the bioactivity. So my research design is based upon qualitative analysis of those phytochemicals that has been extracted from the leaf and fruits, quantitative estimation of alkaloid, flavonoid, phenolic, and tannin, in vitro analysis for antimicrobial, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory activity, then going for the potential for green synthesis of silver nanoparticles for different extracts, and characterization by UV visible spectroscopy and transmission electron microscopy, and at last the in vitro analysis of antimicrobial, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory activity of the extract as well as for the AGMP as compared to the extract and silver nanoparticles alone. So this is what the sample collection and processing of samples are going on. So here you can see the whole fruit of Rudrax with the epicarp. This one is the Rudrax endocarp, and afterwards we have separated the epicarp and endocarp, and we have milled into powder form. And coming to the isolation of the endophytic fungus from the leaf sample, so we have I have gone for the leaves, healthy leaves, and afterwards I have surface sterilization with the ethyl alcohol. Then afterwards crossing with the phosphate buffer, then putting that phosphate buffer onto a endophytic onto a water agar that contains 16% of agar, and that is supplemented with 0.1% of chloramphenicol antibiotic that inhibit the bacterial growth. So afterwards I'll go for the extract preparation, where the solvent system that I have used is hydroalcohol. So the composition of the hydroalcoholic part is water and ethyl alcohol in the percentage of 51:49. And the plant sample and the solvent that I have used is 1 part to 10 parts. So after 24 to 48 hours of extraction process, so I put 1 part or 10 part plant sample in the solvent in a amber color bottle at the room temperature with a constant stirring. So after 48 hours, I filtered that particular filtrate, and the filtrate that I got was the extract that has been extracted from the epicarp and endocarp. And here you can see the extracts of epicarp of Rudrax fruit and the endocarp of the Rudrax fruit. And coming to the extract preparation, that is from the endophytic fungus that is associated with the leaf of Elacarpus canitrus, that is the Rudrax. So metabolites were isolated by culturing the endophytic fungus and PDA supplemented with 0.1 chloramphenicol antibiotic. And for further parameters were optimized for the production of the metabolite were at pH 5.9, temperature 30 degrees centigrade, and the speed of the agitation was 70 rpm per minute. So after 10 days of incubation, the broth was filtered by Whatman #1 filter paper, and the filtrate was collected for further processing. So those filtrate that was collected was again undergone for biphasic separation method by using water and ethyl acetate. So ethyl acetate and water are both immiscible and they form two different bilayers. So it was done in a separating funnel that you can see in the third picture. So in this, the ethyl acetate ethyl acetate part was taken out for the assay. So various phytochemical analysis was carried out for the hydroalcoholic extract for the epicarp, for endocarp, and the esterified extract, where you can see that alkaloid, carbohydrate, glycoside, flavonoids, phenols, amino acids, saponin, tannin, terpenoid, quinone, steroid, coumarin, and resin. These are the different phytochemicals that are being analyzed for 3 different types of extract, and some get positive, some get negative for the different phytochemicals on the basis of their chemical composition. So based upon the quantitative analysis of phytochemicals, I have gone for 4 different types of phytochemicals that have immense activity for the pharmaceutical potential. Those are called alkaloid, flavonoid, phenolic, and tannin. So for establishment of the quantity of alkaloid, flavonoid, phenolic, and tannin, I have taken 4 different types of standards that are atropine, quercetin, gallic acid, and tannic acid respectively. And the quantity of alkaloid, flavonoid, phenolic, and tannin for those three extracts were been drawn from the standard curve that has been already established by the different spectroscopic methods. Coming to the in vitro studies of this particular type of amino means extracts. So mostly the extract has given positive for the different pathogenic bacteria that I have isolated and pathogenic fungus that I have isolated from the sweat sample. So mainly my intention for isolating those pathogenic bacteria from sweat sample is the potential maybe I am getting any type of multi-drug resistant bacteria or fungus in terms of extraction or isolation of those microorganisms from the sweat sample. So E. coli, Pseudomonas, Staphylococcus salmonella, Aspergillus species, and Candida albicans were isolated and gone for the testing, where some of the part they have gone for positive observation for the antibacterial resistant activity, sensitive activity, sorry. So coming to the in vitro antioxidant activity, so by DPPS method and phosphomolybdate assay, I have gone for the standard called as ascorbic acid with the standard concentration of 0.1 mg per ml. Whereas for phosphomolybdate, I have also gone for the ascorbic acid standard. So here you can see in the DPPS and phosphomolybdate assay, better antioxidant activity was for hydroalcoholic for extract of epicarp, followed by the esterified extract of fungus. So anti-inflammatory assay was done by albumin denaturation assay, where indomethacin is used as a standard. Both the concentration was for 0.1 mg per ml. Here you can see the hydroalcoholic extract of endocarp having a good anti-inflammatory activity, followed by the hydroalcoholic extract of epicarp and esterified extracts. Coming to the production or screening for the potential for production of silver nanoparticle. So here only the hydroalcoholic extract of epicarp has given the positive for silver nanoparticle. As you can see in the picture, the extract plus silver nanoparticle were pale yellow in color, whereas after production of silver nanoparticle by keeping for 20 to 48 hours, we'll see that the solution has automatically turned into brownish or reddish brown color, indicating the production of the silver nanoparticles. And further, for the purification of the silver nanoparticles, the extract and the produced silver nanoparticles were continuously centrifuged at 6,000 rpm for 30 minutes, and regularly the pellet was collected, and again they were added with distilled water, again they were thawed, and again they were centrifuged. So like that we are step by step we are decreasing the percentage of contamination from the silver nanoparticles, and at last after 8 to 10 cycles of centrifugation we get the purified silver nanoparticles. And for characterization of product of silver nanoparticles, we have gone for spectral analysis in the UV visible spectrophotometer ranging from 250 to 600 nanometer, where if the observance peak is found at 420 to 450 nanometer, that corresponds to the production of the silver nanoparticle. And coming to the in vitro study, so here in vitro studies were carried out for the epicarpic extract plus silver nanoparticle mixed along with the purified silver nanoparticle, along with the parameter called as hydroalcoholic epicarp that has already been established. So here we can see increase in the antimicrobial activity of hydroalcoholic extract and epicarp of epicarp and silver nanoparticle combined have greater effect over the hydroalcoholic extract of epicarp and AGNP alone. So both were possibility for the pathogenic bacteria and fungus that we have isolated. And coming to the antioxidant activity, here also hydroalcoholic extract of epicarp 63.7 was there, but there was also increase in the antioxidant assay of epicarp of silver nanoparticles. Means hydroalcoholic extract epicarp and silver nanoparticle having a greater antioxidant activity as compared to the extract and purified silver nanoparticle. So coming to the anti-inflammatory activity, here also the silver nanoparticle and epicarp hydroalcoholic extract had a greater activity as compared to the extract and purified silver nanoparticles alone. And coming to the characterization study of transmission electron microscope, there were the silver nanoparticle that were produced were highly variable, and the size of the silver nanoparticle that were produced during this screen synthesis process was from 15 nanometer to 70 nanometers. And these are the references for the different types of methodology that I've used. And thank you for your time and presence.
Now I would like to extend my welcome to Mrs. Jarmila
Podhorna from the Czech Republic, and she will speak about nanotherapy and about herbal tinctures.
Ladies and gentlemen, the company which I own and which I founded is called Hope, because hope is what we want to give to people. My name is Jarmila Podhorna, and I
process herbs mainly as tinctures from plant bodies and chemotherapeutics, extracts from the body and germ parts of plants. First of all, I would like to briefly outline what was the intention for this path. My credo in life is to help people through natural means without side effects. My lifelong occupation has been as a science teacher, and I've also worked as an educational consultant. In the course of this work, I have observed the connection between health and learning problems and sought the root causes and solution. These problems, like dyslexia, dysgraphia, various psychological problems, have still been unresolved. The studies I have from that time are 40 years old. When I retired, I was looking for ways to specifically help people in a natural way. During the lecture of Dr. Hanchi, I was struck by his sentence that if someone was to make a tincture from his herbs, he would be able to make something better than the expensive imported ones. It appealed to me, so I tried to create a laboratory in the basement of my family house with the money I had saved for my retirement and tried to produce tinctures. And most importantly, I found out that they were effective for the problems which I mentioned. When I saw that the St. John's wort tincture helped improve sleep, tennis elbow, and other problems, I figured out that I was on the right track. Another big and groundbreaking success for me was the tincture from poplar buds from the Lyme disease, for the Lyme disease problem. I saw that it helped the person, but I also saw that the effects remained. So fatigue, muscular, skeletal pain, or nervous problem were sorted out. The method of chemotherapy is based on processing the the germ parts of plants, mainly in the buds. The plant stores the most precious substances in these parts. These substances are not present in the bud at any other time of the plant life. These include various hormones, enzymes, trace elements, and other substances with a wide range of effects. It is for this reason that these parts represent the future of the plant. For this reason, these remedies have a wide field of action. They increase immunity, improve the work of the central nervous system, and strengthen the organism in general. They have a beneficial effect in various specific diseases, and it is believed that they could be the solution to diseases hitherto uncurable. From these chemotherapeutics, I have put together a cure together with poplar cure for Lyme disease, which has been very successful so far. Since then, I've started to compose cures from tinctures and chemotherapeutics that address health problems comprehensively. After the beginning, when I was working in the basement of my house, it was necessary to find a better suited working environment to accommodate the production, have the remedies approved for distribution, but above all, to introduce the possibilities of herbal medicine to public. A decent environment was provided by constructing a complex of buildings to accommodate the whole activity. I spread awareness about the effects of herbs by giving lectures all over the Czech Republic and Slovakia. I also participated in radio and TV programs, wrote a book, and made videos about herbs. Today, I lecture at universities, and I'm glad that the younger generation is interested in herbal treatment. I set up a bud garden of 2 hectares to obtain buds, which is also something quite unique in the world. What is the importance of herbal medicine for humans? In the past, it was almost the only means of help for various ailments, and nowadays, there are countries where herbs are one of the main means to treat health problems. What is the importance of herbs for human health? We can use them for prevention of diseases, for treatment, and for cure without any side effects. They also contain substances beneficial to the human body, trace elements, vitamins. How can herbs specifically help the body? It is important to maintain immunity in the body, which is important for the prevention of civilization diseases. Which are the main herbs for maintaining the immunity of organism? It is above all Eleutherococcus, Echinacea, Merit root, but the main and most effective are chemotherapeutic herbs like blackcurrant, which in addition to supporting immunity has also anti-allergic effect, as well as walnut with its action on systemic diseases and connective tissue disorders. In order to create the conditions for immunity, it is necessary to secure and to improve the weakening of the nervous system. Apart from the St. John's wort and valerian, the most effective chemotherapeutics are those from lime, bacopa, echinops, and baby maple. It is also important to cleanse the body of wastes and burdens. Herbs such as physalis, wheatgrass, chemotherapeutics from birch, ash, or beech will help there. To remove bacterial, viral, and fungal burdens, we can use tropolium, garlic, grapefruit, seed tincture, or willow. Recently, we've had results with removing problems caused by Borrelia, chlamydia, and parasites. Nowadays, these times are marked by the effect of COVID on the health of the population. So we use herbs to eliminate the effect of this disease. These consequences, which have arisen from the weakening of the organism by the disease, Among the consequences is fatigue. Here, the liver must be supported with Silybum marianum, chemotherapy based on juniper, and others. Other problems that arise are musculoskeletal problems. Here we need to focus on destroying Borrelia, chlamydia, and provide anti-inflammatory and pain relief. And that's alder, St. John's wort, and willow. As a health problem after COVID, breathing problems always appear. Here herbs like mullein, tincture of mushrooms, or hazel will help. Also, the weakened nervous system can be tackled with herbs. We can use St. John's wort or valerian for nervous problems, but again, the chemotherapy of linden, bacopa, echinops, or baby maple are the most effective. In many emails that I get, I read about the effects of COVID and also about how herbs have helped eliminate and tackle the problems. It may also be worth exploring the connections between systemic and autoimmune diseases in relation to the parasitic area. Our whole process of growing herbs, creating tinctures, offering them for use, and checking on the effects of use come from emails and reports that have accumulated in a small recovery. And we actually built a small recovery center in the building where we use diagnostic equipment to inform us of the condition and of the problems of the body, and also help put together effective herbal formulation. They also use the machines to help solve vascular, musculoskeletal, respiratory problems, and to eliminate bacterial and parasitic burdens. I'm happy to have been able to do all this, and it will help improve the health of the population in the future, and I hope that it will also help prosper this beautiful but rugged piece of land where I live.
Thank you very much for your contribution and for your great experience, professional experience. Another speaker should be psychocorporal therapist Dana Hernandez from the Czech Republic, but unfortunately we haven't been able to connect with her, and therefore I would like to kindly ask Dr. Juan Carlos Crespo de la Rosa, professor from Seville, for his contribution titled Progress and Dynamization of the Field of Integrative and Regenerative Medicine. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you, your organization, for giving me the opportunity to share with you this lecture, which is about the dynamic developments in the field of integrative and regenerative medicine. My name is Juan Carlos Crespo de la Rosa. I come from Seville in Spain, and I will speak in Spanish, which is being translated into Czech. I'm the director of the Representation Institute in Seville. I'm a professor at the Department of Pharmacology, Pediatrics, and Radiology at the University of Seville. I'm the coordinator and co-founder of the Scientific Institution Carla Magna, and I'm the vice president of the Spanish Federation of Integrative Medicine. I'm a physician, surgeon, doctor of regenerative medicine in the Department of Vitas Hospital. We will now discuss the pathway to disease, current conditions of adaptive health and contamination, the needs in the medical setting, conditions of traditional medicine, methodology and technology, development in medicine, integrative medicine methodology, organ revitalization interventions, and regenerative medicine. I would like to mention the establishment of a school for health promotion, there are ethical issues related to the healthcare. In this post-pandemic phase, we are going to take the road to sickness. There is a path from health to death or illness, and illness always has to go through 4 stages. In the first place, these are biophysical changes, intercellular and extracellular changes, where the double lipid layer separates from the external environment. Oil is not a conductor here, whereas water is a conductor, which complicates the situation. There is electromagnetic induction and polarity induction or polarity due to electromagnetic field interference. If we imagine a cell as a balloon full of water in a large swimming pool, there is the first layer of the cell where the electroconductivity of the double charge develops. There a small thermal modulation is created, which is regulated by the hydrogen ions, sodium and potassium. This is compensated by biochemical changes. It's the electrons in the atoms that cause the changes to occur in harmony. Thus, biochemical changes must always be stimulated by biophysical changes. Nowhere does biochemical evolution occur without biophysical evolution. We can observe this through the technique of resonance and electroacupuncture. Biochemical changes are detectable by laboratory tests, but often the symptoms are not visible. When cells change their biochemistry, the nature of function changes to either hypofunctional or hyperfunctional. This leads to functional changes in these cells that induce changes in the tissues and organs. In this third phase, there is a biological order at which regeneration is still possible. However, in the fourth place, structural changes already occur. And for this area, the technology and diagnostics and radiology has developed over the last 60 years. When the structure is changed, we already have a chronic patient. In the last 60 years in Europe, out of 10 patients, 9 were acute patients and 1 of them was chronic. Today, thanks to the development of technology, there are 9 chronic patients and 1 acute patient. We are doing something incorrectly. This always allows us to observe the process of adaptive health and contamination. We have polluted the water, the air, the continental waters. We are polluting the chemical and physical environment. We are the generation that has seen the most change in the 20th century. Thanks to the development of technology and human activity, the number of chronic cases is increasing, the prevalence of allergies and autoimmune diseases and degenerative diseases is increasing. Contamination increases progressively, exponentially, while our adaptation increases only linearly. This state of affairs is therefore not absolutely sustainable. Dr. Ola from Granada has found that young children have plastic residues in their urine. There are 23,812 contaminants and 2,585 different additives. On this website, you can see the numbers. 60% of these substances are not excreted from our bodies. They are not that toxic, but they accumulate in our bodies. In May 2019 in Paris, the Intergovernmental Platform on Ecosystem Biodiversity stated that one animal and plant species will have disappeared by the 30s of the 21st century. Experts and biologists say that if all insects disappear, there will be no sustainable life on Earth 5 years after that. On the contrary, if humans disappeared from our planet, our entire Earth would regenerate because we are actually cancer on the Earth that creates change and pollution. Our Earth is thus degenerating. We are adapting linearly, as I mentioned. So the current situation is not sustainable at all. We have from 400 to 700 substances in our blood that no one had before. The leukocytes and the blood and the value of chemical intoxication increase. There is an accumulation in the tissues, which is associated with the epiphysis of water and lipids. There are 7 criteria of toxicity that I am showing you here. They are acute motility, mutagenicity, here are the treatment options using integrative medicine. This medicine links the problem directly to the solution. We offer the so-called RMI method of integrative medicine. Here you can see the 7 processes of detoxification, identification of obstacles to treatment, regulation of internal organs. Next is the molecular level, potential of hereditary burdens, aesthetic regeneration, and psychoactivity, which we consider the greatest revolution, far from cultural, religious, or political concepts. The only social revolution is the revolution of the individual, because when the individual changes and evolves, the whole society changes. The process of revitalization of integrative medicine is being explained here, where the last stage is psycho-vitality. Through transcendental meditation and mindfulness, we look for 5 days to analyze looking for our characteristics, our traits, and we can discover what we could do for society for the rest of our lives. Regenerative medicine allows us to see these 4 pillars, which consist of cell therapy, immunomodulation, cell engineering, and exosoma. What can we do here? The potential impact of regenerative medicine in the health system is great, especially in terms of organs. Resources will need to be maximized, especially the human resources, and various therapies are being developed at the cell, organ, and tissue level. How can we solve a key problem in science and research? The goal is bioengineering and tissue engineering, treating well-known diseases, solving immunological problems related to organ transplants. These immunological problems may soon become a thing of the past, as there are developments in the field of umbilical cord stem cells. These cells can be trained and they will be able to regenerate tissues and organs through nanotechnology. As a result, there will be no need for organ transplants. Soon we will have the means to do so. Further, we need to develop genetically modified cells, optimize preclinical and clinical cell therapies, develop biomaterials through tissue engineering, organize organs, and regenerative medicine technologies. Nowadays, in regenerative medicine, we have treatments with extracts from the embryo of the pig in a cycle of 5 weeks. Another method is stem cells from adipose tissue, then stem cells from the umbilical cord. However, the future lies in lab-trained cells, thanks to nanotechnology that would give us the ability to end organ transplants. We are not going to discuss the immunological response right now, but we will talk about immunoregulation of substance P, how substance P is expressed and how it reacts within the system, for example, in synovial fluids and synovial tissues. Relationship of the immune system, nervous and hormonal systems. In the central nerve system, the specific nerve receptor RNK1 affects the limbic system, and then it affects the affective system. Substance P is expressed in the response of the emotional system to stress. It has to do something with the pathogenesis of depression. With antidepressants, this substance P is reduced. This substance P has to do something with the proliferation of cancer cells. The application of the so-called smart bullet and the action of this NK1 receptor antagonists has various effects: antidepressant, hepatic, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer. It acts against it acts against digestive, pancreatic, or laryngeal cancers. In 2019, we published how neurokinin-1 receptor antagonist aprepitant, how lung cancer due to glucose markers completely disappears after 2 months of treatment, and only cardiac activity is seen here. We are arriving at a revitalization plan that leads us to the concept of maintaining health. It is guided by simply living, laughing more, expanding our consciousness by increasing methylcephalin, which is an antagonist of substance P, continuing to practice transcendental meditation, using natural medicine, applying a good rhythm of life, getting enough rest, and leading an active life. Diet and nutrition are certainly important here, as various proverbs, be it Chinese or English ones, say. We will mention Revaster and turmeric. They have the ability to stimulate receptors. Indocarol in broccoli, which affects estrogen metabolism. So there is a link between nutrition and diet. There are several phases. All of this leads us to the concept of health maintenance. There should be equality between the economic and social spheres, and between the ecological and social spheres there must be sustainability, and between the economic and ecological spheres there has to be viability. I would like to call for the creation of an intercontinental medicine organization after the pandemic we have all experienced. That would be possible through integrative medicine. Thank you for your attention here from the Institute of Revitalization, Integrative Medicine. I would like to say goodbye with the best energy. Thanks to love, as Albert Einstein used to say, which is the strongest power in the world. Yes,
thank you.
Thank you for a very invaluable contribution.
Thank you, because you said quite precisely what our world is in need of, and that's love. Particularly love within our souls, within our spirit, the intrinsic love and the condition of our conscience. Now, we will have the last speaker of our Congress, and that's Mr. Stefan Hein from the UK, who is an expert in holistic health and well-being. He is a practitioner in this, and the title of his presentation is Inspiration as a Force of Healing. The floor is yours.
Hello. Hello, Thomas. Hello to your team in Prague, and hello to the world, whoever is watching in from around the globe. So, first of all, before I start, I want to acknowledge you, Thomas, and your team for this amazing conference that you have set up. And I really want to, I've been really touched quite a few times over this weekend by how we are getting together on a global scale with so much wisdom and knowledge from different healing traditions and wisdom traditions, and sharing this in this community. And I feel truly empowered by this, and that you have set up this platform that has made this possible. So congratulations from my side. And with my, I feel really honored that I'm going to be one of the last speakers here on this weekend event, where I tried to weave together somewhat with my presentation all the different strands of knowledge and layers of expertise that have been presented here, and would like to speak about one inner experience, I would say, that we all share. It doesn't matter which culture we come from, which background we have, professionally or personal. There is an emotion, a deep emotion that is transformational and connects all of us, and that is the word inspiration. So let me share my screen on this. Okay, there we go. Can you give me a thumbs up? You can see this, Thomas? Can you see the presentation? Wonderful, thank you.
Yes, we see it.
Thank you so much for the feedback. So inspiration as a force of healing. As I said, I feel inspiration is a word that connects us all. With all the differences and all the division and the separation that we have experienced as one mankind, especially in the last few years with the political and the climate change and the big crisis, the developments of the conflicts that are in the world, and also COVID that has brought about both separation and unity into our awareness. I feel that it is important to focus on positive things and things that inspire us in our lives. And this is why in my work, very much as a holistic healthcare practitioner, I focus much more on I try to focus much more on the solution than on the actual problem, because I know from my own experience that tends to focus on what is not right and what is wrong. And, I moan, I complain about these things. And I think I really need to train myself. And this talk is also an invitation to everyone who watches it, that we focus on the solutions. And of course, this weekend has been a great example for this. Many solution options have been offered. And that is in itself, that is very, very inspiring. So for the people who were not there yesterday, I wanted to say what my background is, so you have a deeper understanding about where I'm coming from in this presentation. I work more in a health education environment, although I work in a clinic in central London where I see patients. I'm in a pioneering project which I call the medicine of creative consciousness, where in my professional quest I work in this almost 40 years now, I combine in my chem practice, which I started off in Germany with a Heilpraktiker, mind-body therapies. I teach therapeutic yoga, which is NHS, National Health Service, recognized so by the Health Service here in the UK, is recognized, and meditation. I teach medical students at medical school in UCL London. I work with art therapy and pedagogic. I also work with higher ground leadership coaching, which I learned in Canada and the US. And I feel very passionate about music. I have studied music and still finding my ways to express that in the context of healing. We had some very nice presentations by Peter Card, for example, on Friday night. So as we had so much information for our minds, our intellectual minds, I would invite us now to really change gear and discover more inner space that lets us connect to an experience of contemplation, not to say meditation. So let's do that with this quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson, who says, "What lies behind us and what lies before us are small matters compared to what lies within us." This to me is a very powerful statement because it takes the frazzledness of my mind and the uncenteredness of my mind away from the past and the impact of the past and the worries that I might have about the future, because the future is more or less unknown. What is within me in this present moment, this is what I can find out about, and this is what I can rely upon as a true source of reality. So talking about inspiration, so I was very surprised about this. See, I draw very much from my studies in higher ground leadership coaching, which is a leadership environment, but very much with a spiritual focus. And inspiration versus motivation is a very big word in the strategies for growth, personal and professional growth that are being utilized in this environment. So inspiration, its origins, the roots are from Latin and come from the Latin word is spirare, which means to breathe, to give life, to express, and to animate. Now, it's very interesting when I look deeper into the etymological roots of this word, I very quickly ended up in spiritual and religious traditions. So in Judaism, in Hebrew, we have the word ruach, which, by the way, is a feminine force, like Shakti would be in Hinduism or in the tantric yoga tradition. The breath of life, the Holy Spirit. So the breath of life is identical with the Holy Spirit in this word ruach. The Christian tradition, inspiration is also connected to the Holy Spirit. In Greek, we have the word pneuma, which is neuter, neutral, neither feminine nor masculine, which means air, wind, and breath. Again, we have air and wind and breath as having different meanings, different roots and indications here. In Islam, very interesting, we speak of ruh. Islam, very close to Judaism in the etymological roots, ruach and ruh, the breath of life and the divine breath as it's translated there. And then in Sanskrit, we have prana and pranayama, prana being the vital life force, which we talk about so much in Ayurveda and in yoga. And they are also in pranayama. They are the all popular breathing practices that are utilized in yoga and in Ayurveda in order to strengthen all our physical systems and mental stability and our spirituality. So you can see from this that inspiration has a very broad meaning that embraces the body's physiology, the vital life force, and the connection to something bigger than ourselves that is found in all spiritual and religious traditions. And I find that really fascinating. So the dictionary tells me that inspiration means this: to infuse with exaltation, to be excited with something. Stimulation by a genius, the muse, the guiding light, an idea or passion, a vision or brilliance, or a divine influence upon a human being. So there's very clearly also in the dictionary the tendency to explain inspiration with a metaphysical or mystical or spiritual experience. And in this context, I would like to highlight another difference between inspiration and motivation. We speak so much in our self-development circles about being motivated to do something. But if we see that in the context of inspiration, there's actually a deep difference in motivation and inspiration. So inspiration is an energy that would come from the soul. It is something that is, as I classified early on, it is an energy that comes from the depth of our consciousness. And what that entails also, which is connected again to spiritual traditions, is to serve and to love, to empathize, to feel how somebody else feels, to know that, and then being called in the spirit of compassion, of wanting to help. And I think we all in the healing professions, we of course we have sworn an oath to this, at the Hippocratic Oath, and we want to help other people to get better. Motivation, on the other hand, is the energy of the personality. So I feel motivated to do something. I feel, pulled forward to achieve something, but it is very much self-serving. It is the me attitude. It's very much focusing on me and not on the people next to me. Beyond this, there's also something else, because in this presentation, I want to show you some pathways and tricks, how we can inspire not only ourselves and stay in that energy, but also how we can inspire our patients and our clients, which for me is one of the key elements in my practice. So for this, one pathway is to connect to the people, to the power of the numinous, to the awe-inspiring, to a sense of wonder that we might feel when our senses focus on something in the world, in our experience in the world, which helps to transcend our experience. The numinous was described by Rudolf Otto in Germany in 1917 as an arousing spiritual or religious emotion, mysterious or awe-inspiring, the mysterium tremendum. And a lot of us have had this experience. A lot of people, I think more people have it than we know about it collectively. I think people are shy to talk about it, but in my work, it's really surprising when I work in my, with psychology and spiritual conversation with people, how many people are actually opening up to deep spiritual, life-changing, transcendental experiences that I had. So I think it's really important to have that as part of a holistic and integrated health conversation. So I have been really shaped in my work, especially from the art therapeutic background, by writers like Aldous Huxley, Stanislav Grof, Carl Rogers, Abraham Maslow, and Rudolf Steiner, who all in all are the establishing forces behind humanistic psychology, and Rudolf Steiner very much for the anthroposophical movements in Germany. And Carl Jung has really given an important pointer in the understanding of true healing. And he says, the main interest of my work is not concerned with the treatment of neurosis, but rather with the approach to the numinous. But the fact that the approach to the numinous is the real therapy. And inasmuch as you attain to the numinous experience, you are released from the curse of pathology. Even the very disease takes on a numinous character. I think this is a very profound statement where he's actually saying, yeah, focusing on the numinous as an experience, as a life experience, can totally transform my experience of healing too. When I bring a little bit of neuroscience now, a little bit of science, because I always like to bring together the old wisdom traditions with what's being explained now by sciences like neurosciences and quantum physics and similar. I pointed to this yesterday in the Yoga Nidra presentation. Research now shows that the emotions of inspiration, awe, and wonder, and the power of positive emotions, including love, compassion, and gratefulness, change brainwave pattern from beta to theta waves. So they deeply relax us into a state of well-being. They activate the parasympathetic nervous system, the healing part of the nervous system, and slow down the sympathetic arousal, which is survival and fight and flight, overreactive part of the autonomic nervous system. As part of mind-body therapies, these feelings can reduce anxiety, fear, and depression, catastrophizing, trauma, and PTSD. Mind-body therapies show potential to change gene expression and regulate cellular processes, which is important in the prevention of cancer. I think this is really exciting. These emotions also lead to self-empowerment and self-esteem, a raise of self-esteem. They reduce inflammation and improve immune response. They put a spark of beauty in the eye of the beholder. You all know this, how our eyes are sparkling when we are inspired by something. The light lights up in our eyes. They transform our experience and can put us into a soothing trance state. So they're truly transformational. We can explain this much more from a neuroscientific perspective also, that awe causes neuroplasticity. There's a very interesting new research out about the brain's ability to grow and alter the structure of its neural networks and functioning by the change of the quality of our thoughts and emotions. And it is clear now that thoughts and emotions change biology of our brain and in our bodies, of the nervous system and the endocrine system as well. And very important also, we have to want to change. The biological brain changes when we want to change. So if we're inspired by something, if I inspire my patients to self-activate, to take action, to step out and forward, to empower themselves, to heal themselves, then biological brain changes, that is proving now, are showing up. For this to happen, I showed this slide yesterday. There is an inner universe that we have that we can access in order to enter the fathomless, inner perception of inner worlds that give us an inspirational experience in consciousness. And yesterday I talked about imagination as the force that is giving us experiences. We can form experiences in our mind without the input of the outer senses, which of course gives us total freedom in what we want to imagine. And Albert Einstein said in this context, imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world. So when we go into the inner world of imagination, what either through acts of yoga nidra or meditation or deep meditation or mindfulness, whatever means we use, or getting into creative flow through artistic creative practice or music playing, we enter a state of broadened perception. We might end up with a revelation, an epiphany, or an aha experience about a greater and deeper context of our life. We may have a vision, even a mystery experience, and a transfiguration as a part of that. Seeing with the mind's eye, we might be transported into a trance state, into the deeper state of our experience. And the arts, of course, classically, traditionally have been always a vehicle and a tool to make that happen. And we all know this. If we sit in a beautiful sunset somewhere on the beach, we look out on the water with the sun coming down, and we see the reflection of the sun of the water. We have these immense deep states of well-being, and we just enter this state of forgetting everything that we worry about. And I think that is just, it just raises the veil of us that prevents us from seeing deeper into the deeper layers of inspirational consciousness that we have. William Turner, the big British painter, I think was a true visionary. And I've chosen this picture here, snowstorm in Valley of Aosta, where you can clearly see that, the mountains here and the clouds with the snowstorms around, and small people here, that he really perceived in a 3D vision, the inner vision, the inner space that is given, which he gives so much expression with his ability to give it expression in color on a two-dimensional surface. Actually, that gives me, looking at it, a three-dimensional and deeper, if not five-dimensional experience that opens up my own inner vision into the inner universal seeing. And imagination shows up in pictures, in stories, in fairy tales, in myths, in dreams and daydreaming and hallucinations. And that's why I think throughout mankind, fairy tales and stories and, pictures, the art, which is, 10,000s of years old, we find the cave paintings, we have the myths, throughout the eons that man has roamed the planet. We have our dreams that we're trying to understand and daydream. We have access all the time through the world of imagination with these deeper recesses of our consciousness. And I've chosen by the Dutch painter Hieronymus Bosch, who was a mystical painter in the Middle Ages, 14th century, something that, although he had very much a Christian theme when painting, this is very much, I would say, something that in the mythology of the people of the world, in all spiritual traditions, we do find these themes. To the left, we have a presentation of Garden Eden, and every tradition has a presentation of Garden Eden. And in the spiritual scriptures, you know, of the great religions, there is this perfect world out there that we're all yearning for so much in the depths of our hearts to find connection to, and really be free of pain, be free of suffering, and just be in this constant state of peace and happiness and balance. And then in the middle, Hieronymus very beautifully depicts, I wonder if he had access to any kind of, you know, substances like LSD of the Middle Ages or something, I don't know, or mescaline or whatever, or psilocybin, where because he is just so visionary in how he depicts the what we do on this earth plane. You know, the pleasures we have, the pleasures we give ourselves in order to make our life here bearable. And it also embraces, of course, the suffering, the joys and the suffering of our earthly existence. And to the right is the state of hell, where he wonderfully depicts again the suffering that humans go through when either in the afterlife or in the life here on planet Earth, when we have lost touch, the inner connection also to these experiences of well-being and the Garden Eden, really, and the peace that we are able to feel on the deep layers of consciousness. So really important, and I want to give this the time for the remaining time that is left. I find the key point in my holistic healthcare practice is, how can I inspire my clients? I've moved beyond the point where I want to fix their symptoms or where I want to fix their situations, their problems that they come to see me with. But straight away, when they come into the door, I enroll my clients into a conversation. I have between 50 minutes and 1 hour with each patient. And I give this message across also when I teach my classes on Zoom, where I invite people to take a look at themselves and to be curious about a deeper context of their lives, so that they can have a chance to be connected to a state of inspiration in their own experience. So the medicine of creative consciousness, which is the title for my practice, is geared towards inspiring a behavioral change that harnesses the mind, body, and the soul connection. I could add actually the spiritual connection as well, because it's very much about a spiritual path to holistically heal, to have a deeper causation for this, transformational, transcendental healing. So how do we inspire others so that they enter a space of healing and well-being on the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual experience? And these are my strategies that I use. Connecting to nature. We are wired deeply with the forces of nature. Deep down in our DNA, we are nature. We are part of nature. And this weaves into the conversation that we have, the crisis around climate change, or that we think the climate, the planet is going to the dogs. And, it's like we have this totally, we have not the right perception anymore what our place in the greater picture of creation is, and that we are part of it. And what will happen if we carry on like this, nature will get rid of us and not the other way around. So it's about, we need to really look in the mirror in who we are and that we are part of nature. Very important are rituals, meditation, yogic practices, and a spiritual practice. Non-religious or religious. I think we've had a lot of bad news from the traditional religions in the last few years with all the scandals that are happening, all the shadow sides. And I feel to really harness a non-religious side of spirituality at this time, I prefer to endorse that with patients, because a lot of people really do not want to know about religion anymore. So a spiritual practice is very important. And now, very interesting for you perhaps to know, in the world out there, in the UK, I have 2 years ago completed a diploma, which is academically recognized and opens a pathway for me to study this further in university, the connection between being and spirituality. So there's something happening in mainstream academia to connect these different layers. To foster curiosity for self-discovery and discovery of deeper purpose. Guidance in developing healthy lifestyle habits, including food, sleep, use of energy, and the social context. Music, the arts, the fostering of feeling beauty and the mystery of life phenomena. Imagination, creativity, and innovation. Being a clearing for positive emotion, including love, service, compassion, and gratefulness. Creating positive social connection and cohesion. Bonding, safety in community. And I think this is one of the really important aspects that I mentioned this yesterday in the UK. We have advanced very far with this, as we have the social prescribing movement, where the integrative medicine movement has really managed to roll out the social prescribing movement into the National Healthcare Service, and where primary care units, GP practices, and secretary care units on a therapeutic level, and a whole new profession that has come about called link workers are linking up patients with healthcare workers in order to empower, excuse me, to empower patients to become more self-active, to prevent illness, to discover empowerment, to discover resilience in their process of healing and well-being. And then there's walking the talking, being a torchbearer for inspiration in one's own personal and professional life. And I want to be really honest on this one. Being a practitioner for other people really has opened the path to a self-inquiry, a deep self-inquiry. I think I cannot be a good helper for somebody else's healing process if I myself do not have a daily exercise, a daily practice that aligns me and connects me deep down with this force of inspiration and with this source of inspiration within myself. Because the more I stand within that in my own life, the more that energy of peace and inspiration ripples out into the world around me in any kind of human relationship and interaction that I have. It may be checkout lady in the local supermarket, or the postman, or the bus driver, or my patients that come into clinic. And then the magic of inspiration that transforms so many of our problems that we see on the surface really transforms our whole life experience. And I want to close with this absolutely amazing picture, which has me personally stand in awe. It really, whenever I look at it, it just explodes into this color and into this grandeur that creation is, that she is. And it is very important that I remember every day and awaken more and more successively into being present to creative source. And to me, that creative source is a sacred source. It is the source of everything. And it is a source that lies within each one of us. And with that invitation to you, I want to close my share here. And thank you very much for listening. I wish you all the best of luck and inspiration on your path. What you discover wants to be your reality and your realization in your work with your patients and your clients. And I look forward to meet some or all of you again at a future event. Thank you so much.
Děkujeme. Realita našeho kongresu je téměř u konce svého jednání. Vnímám její
our event is drawing to an end, and for me, not only because of the presentations that we've heard, is a breakthrough. The global nature, the cross-sectional, multifactorial nature of this event is extremely important. What is important is that it gave us an expression of unity that goes across all disciplines. We may share in legislative activities. We can work both on national and transnational level. We can be involved in activities. We can be involved in communities, in platforms. All this can echo and enhance the strength of our voice. All this is beneficial not just for individuals, but for all of us. In the next edition of this Congress, I'm sure that there will be also representatives of other medical disciplines, Chinese medicine, for instance, but also others. And now, allow me to start with a ceremonial declaration of the winner of the winning poster. It's Katarina Wernitzer from Austria, from the chair of research and development. The title of the winning poster is From Science to School, Sustainably Healthy, Active and Veggie. First, results from the survey of the prevalence of vegetarian and vegan diets linked to sports and PA among Austrian pupils of secondary levels 1 and 2. The mean criterion for the decision about who will be the winner is the scope, but also the targeting on young generation. Because the young generation is most likely to benefit from all this and to spread the benefits to the future generations. And although we believe that there were many presentations that would deserve the same award, it was this vision of the future that decided. Prevention targeting the future is the most effective treatment. I will now ask Anne-Catherine to join us briefly in the conclusion.
Good afternoon, Thomas. Good afternoon to everybody in this meeting. Thank you very much. I'm really surprised. It was a big honor to me to be part of this renowned lineup and of this inspiring Congress. I feel deeply connected to the spirit of this Congress, because it was such a warm and at the other hand, so high qualitative presentation and contributions. And on behalf of my team, heartily thanks very much to everybody in the panel to choose our poster. It was my PhD team with Derek Tanis from the USA and Mohammed Motevali from Iran. Both moved from their original countries to Austria to study within my team and at the laboratory. And amazing that they, with my help, now win such a poster. We will use for sure this paper to this award, this money to further support him to enter and join future congresses. And I'm looking now today forward to the next Congress. Thank you so much. And I hope you all will have a wonderful evening. After such an event, I think this is not a real problem. Thank you very much. Greetings from Austria.
Děkuji za ujištění.
Thank you. And I'm glad that you assured us that the award will be beneficial for supporting your further work. I want to thank all those who participated within the framework of the Congress, and I really want to thank them wholeheartedly. Especially because during this Congress, it is also my exceptional duty to start, to trigger, to open, or to initiate ceremoniously the activity of the platform Prague 2021. It is something which is there for the benefit of you all. Using it will be very easy. You can sign in and you can use it for technical help, but also for further development of your discipline. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you using it. Just bear in mind that every newborn baby needs attention, and I will appeal on you to give your attention to our newborn child, the platform. I want to draw attention to another meeting. Madam Professor Tangerai proposed the title for this event as a global health dialogue with the aim of improving health of individuals and health of the entire world. It will take place on the 18th of March next year. It will be a teleconference with a global extent, global scope. You will find our website, that is www.ictim.org, will provide further information later on. There's one personal confession which I want to bring to you. It is the idea of compassion and spirituality, getting closer to the others. The people of different, various opinions, but what comes first is that we are a part of life on this planet and of life as a whole. Try to put aside your traumas and let's look in each other's eyes like brothers would, with the goal of bringing benefit to all. The Congress is over. Long live the next Congress. Thank you for your attention. From Prague, goodbye.